land is still being agricultural land, but look at it from the future perspective. Once all of it has become a city, how will everyone drive to come into the former municipality boundaries, to come to Guru City Mall to do the shopping? It means in the future, we shall have a need for neighborhood living and not identify the place for the city next neighborhood mall and not be land blocking, cutting the place right now and let the development finally ready established. From the office sector, retail sector, we move to the next sector, vaccination sector. Next slide, please. We almost have near zero supply for warehousing and industrial facilities here. Yes, I've mentioned we have the Guru Logistics Hub, but simply a drop in the ocean. It's not enough for the opportunities we have here, so there is still a fast mover advantage to be captured. We have the Northern Corridor to South Sudan. We also have the Western Corridor going to DRC. And like Mia has mentioned, agro-processing here, we need modern dry warehousing here. We do not have any cold chain facility at the moment here, which would be nice for the population, which is now over 200,000 and projected to be above 300,000 by 2030. Meaning we shall need more cold storage facilities here, agro-processing, and because of the cross-border trade, custom-bonded warehousing is also a great opportunity here. Next slide. And we shall cap it up by talking about the hospital. Ladies and gentlemen, we know if we are live, but we are not sure if we are live, so we need to look at the timelines as directional, but broadcast is not.
Let's plug back.
For the root and absorption, yes.
Yes, Hillary. So please, as I said, we have copies of reports for everyone. So you will receive that as soon as this is done. So let's perform the ceremony. We'll use the handheld microphone there. Just say what, and then we will launch and have this photo with the mayor. Yes. Sir, you are our host, and this is a Gulu City report.
Thank you so much, Night Frank and your team, for this great work. I think, like I mentioned earlier, this is the intentionality that I spoke about. That you're not just rocking in here and saying we want to do this, we want to do that, but you went deep on the ground to unearth all the prospects that we have, where the gaps are, and I think this is a great tool for all of us. I will take copies of this to our colleagues at the Gulu City Council, who will deliberate on it and be prepared to help us move this as a collective block. So thank you so much again, my friend.
Thank you very much. Can we clap better? This is a important moment. That is much better. We will have now the keynote address, and this will be done by Joseph Enivo, who is a Commissioner of Economic Development Policy and Research at the Ministry of Finance. So let's put our hands together and welcome Joseph Enivo.
His Worship, the City Mayor Julius Labeja Acholi, Ambassador Betty Bigombe, our cultural leaders here, senior government officials, representatives of financial institutions, development finance institutions, real estate developers, contractors and investors, our partners from Knight Frank, the people of Acholi sub-region and Gulu City. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning.
It's a pleasure to join you today. I bring you very warm greetings from Secretary to Treasury, Ramadan Gobi, and the entire technical team from the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. It is an honor for me to deliver this keynote address on behalf of the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development at what is a landmark convening as we see it. Bernard, you talked earlier about your room being swept clear. I'm happy to inform you that according to the latest crime report from Uganda Police, crime in Uganda is down by 10%, so there is hope. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time, we have brought together in Gulu City key actors who must work in concert if Northern Uganda's real estate and infrastructure potential is to be originated, structured, and delivered at scale. And that is government, financial institutions, developers, contractors, and investors. This combination in this city at this moment is precisely the kind of public-private dialogue that government has been determined to foster. Allow me to acknowledge the launch of Knight Frank's Gulu Investment Market Report. Knight Frank, as you know, is one of the world's most respected independent real estate advisory firms, and the preparation of a dedicated market intelligence report for Gulu City is a great signal. When a firm of that caliber commits its research capacity to a secondary city in northern Uganda, it tells the market something important, that the investment fundamentals here are real, that the data supports engagement, and that the professional ecosystem required to transact with confidence is beginning to arrive. Government will study its findings carefully and take appropriate action. Ladies and gentlemen, a generation ago, this part of Uganda was synonymous with displacement and loss. Today, Gulu is synonymous with possibility. That transformation happened because of the faith and resilience of the people of Acholi, the sacrifices of our security forces, and the sustained commitment of government to restore peace, rebuild livelihoods, and invest in infrastructure of opportunity. We are here today because we believe the best is yet ahead. Let me tell you a little bit about the urbanization journey from enclave to engine. Uganda's urbanization story spans more than a century. In the pre-independence era, urban centers were administrative outposts and commercial way stations designed to extract value from the hinterland. It is reported that Gulu's urbanization story traces back to 1905 or 06, thereabout, when it was declared a township. This was followed by its transition into a town council in 1994, a municipality, I think in 1997, and later into a city in 2020. Indeed, independence in 1962 opened a new chapter. But post-colonial turbulence, political instability, economic collapse, and the conflict of the 1970s and 80s interrupted the natural process of urbanization. The remarkable story of the last 30 years is therefore not simply one of growth, but of reconstruction and renaissance. Since the restoration of macroeconomic stability in the late 1980s, Uganda has urbanized at one of the fastest rates of the African continent. The share of the urban population in the national total has steadily risen, and by 2050, Uganda is projected to be among the most urbanized nations in sub-Saharan Africa. As of 2024, more than 1 in 4 Ugandans was an urban resident. And to be more specific, 1 in 10 was a city resident. And that includes Gulu, with over 233,000 people. Our cities are becoming productive ecosystems with growing demand for housing, commercial space, logistics, infrastructure, hospitality, retail, and public amenities. This is the demand story that underpins every real estate investment proposition in Uganda today. These cities, we see them as engines of productivity. Global evidence on cities and economic growth is unambiguous. If you've been following the trends globally, this year the United States celebrates 250 years of independence. And one of the leading global research institutions, McKinsey Institute, dedicated itself to doing some serious research work on what has powered America in this period. This research by the McKinsey Global Institute has consistently found that large and mid-sized cities generate a disproportionate share of national economic output, and that the most dramatic growth story of this century will unfold in the fast-growing secondary cities of the developing world. And of course, that includes Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, you may be aware, in 2024, Uganda was flagged for graduation from LDC status, meaning that we are on our way out of the category of least developed countries. And that flagging will be confirmed in March 2027, meaning that our journey as a fully fledged developing country, but also a middle income status economy, will be firmly on the road. And that means we must pay attention to the behavior of the middle class. By 2025, hundreds of such cities in emerging economies were estimated to account for close to half of overall global growth, driven by rising per capita incomes, growing consumer classes, and the agglomeration effect that only density and connectivity can create. Cities accelerate economic transformation because of their density. The concentration of labor, knowledge, capital, infrastructure, and market access that generate productivity gains, no dispersed rural economy can replicate. For real estate developers and investors, asset values in a properly functioning city compound over time in ways that assets in isolated or unconnected locations do not. The task for this conference is to determine how we make Gulu a properly functioning city, a fast enough to capture the compounding effect. Government builds the platform, the private sector delivers the performance. What do we know about Acholi sub-region and Gulu city, which we can frame as the investment case? Number one, strategic location, the Northern Corridor advantage. Gulu city occupies a strategically significant position on the East African economic map. Situated at the junction of corridors leading to South Sudan via Enugu in the north and westward toward Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, Gulu is a potential logistics capital for one of the most commercially dynamic and underserved frontier markets in the world. South Sudan's population of over 12 million and the vast eastern provinces of the DRC constitutes markets with enormous latent demand and severely constrained domestic supply. These markets require food, manufactured goods, construction materials, pharmaceutical products, financial services, and hospitality. All value chains in which Uganda has demonstrated not only a comparative but also a competitive advantage. The road from Gulu to Nimule the corridor through Pakwach towards the DRC border, and the Tororo-Gulu Railway, currently under rehabilitation, collectively define a supply chain architecture that will position Gulu as the indispensable commercial hub of the northern trade corridor. The Gulu Logistics Hub, located adjacent to Gulu Railway Station, is a transformative piece of infrastructure. Our latest assessment indicates it's operating currently below 5% of its capacity, but the elements required to activate its potential are falling into place. Number two, the real estate and infrastructure opportunity. For developers, financiers, and investors in this room, the opportunity set in and around Gulu City spans multiple asset classes. Let's begin with residential. A rapidly growing urban population, an emerging middle-income cohort, and a significant returnee and diaspora community create demand for formal housing across price points, from affordable units to mid-market apartment developments. If we move to the commercial and retail segment, the growth of formal business activity, financial services, and regional trade generates demand for grade A office space, banking halls, and organized retail. These asset classes remain severely undersupplied in Gulu relative to demand. Hospitality and tourism, Gulu's role as a conference and business travel hub for the Northern Corridor, combined with its proximity to Machishon Falls National Park, creates a credible hospitality investment case. If we move to industrial facilities and logistics, warehousing, agro-processing facilities, cold chain infrastructure, and light manufacturing parks are the backbone of a trade gateway economy and among the most immediate bankable real estate propositions for Gulu City. And we can also talk about social infrastructure, schools, hospitals, student accommodation, and asset classes where development financial institutions and impact investors have demonstrated willingness to deploy capital, and where northern Uganda's growing economy and population create sustained and non-cyclical demand, meaning they are minimized booms and busts. We will transition to look at the poverty breakthrough and the emerging consumer market in Gulu and the Acholi region. The Uganda National Household Survey 2023-2024 tells a story of profound transformation in the Acholi sub-region. Income poverty in Acholi fell from 67.7% to 20.5%, a reduction of over 47 percentage points within one survey cycle, and that is between 3 to 4 years. Less than a decade ago, more than 2/3 of Acholi households lived in absolute poverty. Today, that population has fallen to approximately 1 in 5. At the national level, Uganda's, it's worth celebrating. At the national level, Uganda's overall income poverty rate has declined to 16.1%, down from 20.3% in 2020, and from 56% in 1992. To put it in context, this is one of Africa's most sustained poverty reduction trajectories, and these improvements have been attributed in part, actually in significant part, to improved agricultural incomes and the recovery of regional markets following the normalization of security conditions in northern Uganda. So, it means that the Acholi story is not just a national story, it is of continental proportion. What is the critical implication of this trend for investors? The Acholi sub-region is undergoing a structural transition from a subsistence economy to a consuming economy. The dramatic poverty decline in Acholi means a significant cohort of households is transitioning into the consuming class for the first time, creating new durable demand for formal housing, retail goods, financial products and services. This is not aspirational. It is measurable and it is happening now. The opportunity for outsized returns belongs to those who move at the inflection point, which is precisely where we stand today. Allow me to tell you something about the tenfold growth strategy of the government of Uganda. In June 2025, the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development launched the tenfold growth strategy. It's a government blueprint for economic transformation. The strategy headline is clear. We are growing Uganda into a $500 billion economy in the next 15 years. Operationally, we are doubling GDP every 5 years. This requires not incremental improvements, but qualitative leaps in the productivity of our cities, the competitiveness of our formal economies, the size and the quality of our entrepreneurial class, and the volume and value of what we export. Central to the spatial logic of the tenfold growth strategy, ladies and gentlemen, is the concept called a growth corridor. Let me explain a little bit. Uganda has made a lot of progress within a generation, and there are remarkable case points in that. But it is well accepted that a lot of that progress has been around the backbone of one single growth corridor, Tororo, Kampala, all the way to Katuna. That's actually where all our middle-income urban settlements are. We are now moving to change that, moving the country from one growth corridor to 3 growth corridors. These defined geographic clusters of economic activity where complementary assets, infrastructure, and market access converge to generate agglomeration effects. The Acholi sub-region and Gulu city constitutes a natural node within the northern tip of the growth triangle. Anchored by cross-border trade and logistics to the north, agro-industrial potential across the fertile Acholi belt, and tourism assets extending to Machishon Falls and Kidepo Valley. NDP4 explicitly prioritizes urbanization and regional development as drivers of national transformation. Secondary cities including Gulu, Mbarara, Jinja, Mbale, and Arua are not peripheral to the national growth agenda. They are central to it. Uganda cannot achieve a $500 billion economy by concentrating all productivity activity in Greater Kampala metropolitan area alone. No, it requires a network of functional, productive, connected cities, each generating returns for the investors who build them. And therefore, government has undertaken commitment. What is our commitment? Enabling that deal flow. You are in this room to make deals. and we have a commitment to enable that deal making. How? Number one, public investment commitments. Government's priority, public investments that directly enhance the investability of Gulu City. Real estate and infrastructure market include the following. One, we are committed to completion of the Tororo-Gulu Railway rehabilitation. It now stands at 70%, and by close of the calendar year, we can call it a done and dusted deal. Completion of this railway will reduce freight costs and open the city to bulk logistics. Number two, operationalization of the Gulu Logistics Hub as an integrated trade facilitation facility with container handling, customs, banking, and ICT service. That is a firm commitment of government and programming and execution already. Number three is upgrading of the Legu, Nimuli, and DRC border infrastructure to international standards. That's equally underway. Four is continued investment in urban networks and intra-city connectivity within Gulu. We've done this under two flagship projects. One is the outbound Uganda support to municipal infrastructure development, $360 million US, and of course the unfolding Uganda Cities and Municipality Infrastructure Development Program, the $540 million investment, and Gulu has been a beneficiary of both. We are also expanding electricity to supply industrial users, leveraging surplus generation capacity from Karuma and in Simba, and we are also undertaking feasibility studies for the next generation of hydropower plants, all of them here in the northern region. Investment in technical and vocational skills relevant to construction, logistics, agro-processing, and to ensure that regional growth generates local employment and sustains the consumer base. The TVET sector in Uganda has undergone massive reform. We now have a fully fledged TVET council, which is mandated to deliver this, and it is funded as of the budget recently approved by Parliament. And then finally, government remains committed to sustaining peace and security and advancing the rule of law, including expediency in commercial justice. I think next to us here, there is a development of the High Court ongoing that speaks to this very point. The regulatory and financing environment is the other area. The cost of doing business is something that resonates with you here in the room. One of the 10-fold growth strategy core operational objectives is explicitly to de-risk the economy for accelerated private investment. For real estate and infrastructure specifically, this means addressing issues that developers and financiers consistently raise as barriers. We are well aware of the following: the land tenure security and title registration efficiency. You will be pleased to know that in the last decade, the share of title land in Uganda increased by 10 percentage points from about 20% in 2014. We are now at 30% as of 2024. And we have also introduced mechanisms that allow for formalization of customary land tenure system which dominates the north. Number two is planning and permitting processes. A major tenet of the 10-fold growth strategy is cleaning up, and you're already feeling that as we start effecting trade order across the country. Number three is the availability and cost of long-term financing. We are solutioning on this through UDB, the capital markets, and we are now supporting a deal flow facility under the also Capital Markets Authority. Number 4 is the capacity of local government institutions to engage as credible counterparts in complex transactions. When you start attracting the likes of players in this room, you need local government officials and structures that can talk at par on the table. And therefore, we are enhancing planning capacity. Beginning this budget, we enhanced the allocation dedicated to the planning units, but also we are creating mechanisms whereby the central government can provide a backup mechanism for your functioning as a local government. And cities are on top of that, including Gulu. So government is committed to working through these barriers in partnership with the private sector. We are open to dialogue about specific regulatory reforms. You may raise fiscal incentives for priority asset classes and the structuring of public-private partnerships and appropriately allocate risk between government and commercial partners. Some of these are already in the pipeline. Chambogo, Makerere University, we are delivering through PPP unit, the PPP unit, private sector participation in student housing. Let me make a direct call of action as I conclude. To financial institutions in this room, Northern Uganda needs patient and structured capital. Mortgage finance for the emerging middle income market. They need construction finance for developers, long-term finance for long-term assets, and trade finance for cross-border corridor trade. These are the financial products that will unlock this market. We urge you to move beyond studying this market to committing to it. To the developers and contractors in the room, the pipeline of real estate demand in Gulu City is real and growing. The Night Front report being launched today puts numbers behind that assertion. We are not speaking empty stories. Government is prepared to facilitate your investments. To the investors in the room, the risk-return profile for Northern Uganda is more attractive than the conventional narrative suggests. The poverty reduction gains reflect structural changes in the regional economy that are durable. The infrastructure investment coming on stream over the next 5 years will drive asset appreciation in ways that are foreseeable and priceable. The question is not whether to invest in Gulu's future. It is whether you will be early enough to capture the full value of that future. In conclusion, let's originate, structure, and deliver. The focus of this conference on originating, structuring, and delivering real estate and infrastructure opportunities at scale is exactly the right framing. It is operational language. It is deal language. That is what this moment in Gulu's development requires. Not mere expressions of intent, but transactions that get built, financed, and delivered. The launch of the Night Front report today is a signal that the professional grade market intelligence infrastructure required for serious investment is now in place. Let us use it. Let this conference produce concrete commitments, specific deal structures, and a clear pipeline of projects that government, financiers, developers, and contractors will advance together. Just as a side note, you are aware that a month or two ago, the President assented to a very important piece of legislation, the Mortgage Refinance Act, which now allows for you frontline commercial players to actually structure this special capital required to move Gulu forward. To the investors in this room, the people of Acholi have done their part. They rebuilt their lives, their communities, and their economy from the ground up. Now, It is our collective responsibility as government, as financiers, as developers, as investors to build the city that their resilience and their growth deserve. I thank you for your kind attention.
Clapping is the easiest exercise you can do, so let's clap again. Thank you very much. A lot of progress has happened within this generation, and we agree to that fact. Allow me now to recognize Director Lands Operation Wealth Creation, Zero Babin, who is here. Director, thank you very much for coming. In minutes, the former Member of Parliament for the youth of Northern Uganda, Honorable Oscar Mon. Thank you very much. We have the Executive Director of WEG is here with us. Pamela, thank you very much for joining us. We also receive Senior Counsel Francis Gimara, who was joining us. Francis, thank you very much for joining us this morning. We will have tea break for about 20 minutes and we'll get back. But as we stop down, we will have a photo moment with our sponsors, the Mayor, Joseph Enimo, and the team here. So let's have a photo moment and then we will break off for tea. Let me request Brandy to bless this tea. Let's use about 20 minutes. There are several service points, so we should be within that time. We have a photo booth down, so we'll use the photo space down.
Let's have ourselves as we prepare for breakfast. Dear Lord, we thank you for providing for us breakfast this morning. We pray that as we are going to have it, may it nourish and strengthen our bodies. In Jesus' name we pray and believe.
Thank you very much. So let's move, and we will have the photo moment from down. There's the photo booth down. And also let's be mindful of the exhibition space. There's a room down that we have in the exhibition.
You're here. Good to see you. Welcome to
We will be back here at 11:15. Also use this moment to network and to catch up. The photography team is on the side, and we need to have this moment down.
morning. Welcome back from the tea break. As introduced, my name is Rachel Mirembe Arena Itwe. I'm a real estate educator with Macquarie University Business School and Global Institute of Property Studies. On my panel, which is panel 1, Visioning Secondary Cities from Growth to Great Cities, we have Dr. Christopher Cripps. Doctor, you're welcome. As Doctor comes, let me just read a little of his bio. Dr. Christopher is a UK Royal Town Planning Institute member with wide and long experience in spatial planning from regional to local level, urban and rural regeneration architecture in UK 25 years, Ghana 7 years, Uganda 5 years, strong on stakeholder participation, communication, project management, and objective of seeing on ground real life change. He's experienced in many spatial planning methodologies and applications from individual projects to national level planning. Doctor, you're welcome. And please, if I can have your seat. I will be followed by Kenneth Amonsimire. Kenneth is a Ugandan architect and a highly accomplished built environment professional with extensive experience in architecture, project management, professional leadership, and urban development. He currently serves as the president of the Uganda Society of Architects, USA, 23rd Council founding chairman of the Architectural Professionals Cooperative Society Limited, and the second vice president of the East African Institute of Architects. You're welcome, Kenneth. And then lastly, we'll be joined by Mr. Noah John Charles, who is sitting in for the city mayor of Gulu City. You're all welcome to this panel. And in here, we're going to be digging deeper about the ongoing conversation. Our previous speakers in the morning, we looked at secondary cities, and one of them being Gulu. Our different speakers have told us different aspects that have helped in the growth of Gulu City. One of them being tourism, another being cross-border trade, another being infrastructure. But we need to move from just the growth of the city to Gulu or other secondary cities becoming great cities. For a city to grow and become great, then there are issues or things that have to be handled carefully. A great city usually will bring about creation of jobs, it will attract investment, it will support entrepreneurship, it will bring about well-planned living, transport integration, affordable housing, health and education access, to mention but a few. However, if a city is not run well, like the many that we're seeing in Africa and Uganda, which just grow without proper planning, then we are bound to have things like congestion, informal settlements, poor transport, weak governance, unemployment, inadequate housing. On this panel today, we want to see that the bad side is avoided and come up with cities that grow to give us better benefits. I'll start with Architect Kenneth. As a highly experienced architect and with a lot of interest in urban planning. How do we move from unplanned urban growth to intentional city making, with Gulu being our case study? Thank you.
Thank you, our moderator. It's an honor to be here to represent the Society of Architects at this very important brainstorming session to see how our cities can develop, can grow from where they are to the next level. Our cities like Gulu have a lot of potential, and I'll speak from my perspective as a practitioner, because I think that is where we are able to get the quicker gains, because we are the people that move the product from what it is on the physical development plan and then actualize it at the scale of either the street or the building. And so one thing I've noticed that is critical is for Gulu to take its current documentation on the physical development plan to something that is more detailed, that will come from the urban planning aspect that it is in 2D, and then use the urban design bridge to give it a character that will bring it down to street level, and then be able to guide the people who are coming to do the buildings, so that there is a character already occasioned by the street and the detailed development plan. In my experience, I think that is one of the key components that we need to actualize, and not just saying it has to be done like that, but there is a way it can be done, because there has been a success story in Kampala where KCCA was able to develop an in-house capacity to do neighborhood detailed plans for Nakasero and Kololo using internal resources, which were spearheaded by architects on the team. So architects have that skill set that will bridge that gap between urban planning and urban design to now enable us to have more livable cities. Because when you do not have that bridge, you end up having a chaotic environment. Because most times emphasis is on the urban planning side, and to get that there is a need to actualize it and create a culture and the history around the developments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kenneth, for those wonderful insights. I'll run now very fast to Dr. Cripps. And the question I want to ask you goes back to inclusivity. We've seen cities that are not inclusive in nature, and if we're going to grow our secondary cities like Gulu to being a great city, then we need to ensure inclusivity. So how do we ensure inclusivity and affordability while pursuing urban growth?
Thank you for that question, and I want to take the opportunity to thank the organisers for this amazing workshop. It's so timely. I'll try and explain why. I have been working with a group in Kampala called the Urban Development Partners Group, which brings together development partners who are funding mostly infrastructure in urban areas. And we just had a workshop on urban economic growth. And I think one of the findings is that most of our secondary cities and most of our cities have happened as a result of subdivisions and population growth in the rural areas. So the cities have grown, populations are getting very big, by 2050, the entire population of Uganda now will be living in urban areas. That's indicative of the rate of growth which we're going to handle. Now, the issue that we were concerned about in having that workshop was how does that population actually get to create a good city, a good urban area? And we do have an issue, which is that most of those people have come and people have described our cities as condensed villages, but like a kind of compacted village economy, a subsistence economy, a small-scale informal enterprise economy. And that can't turn into the kind of developed city that we need. So the question is, how do our cities get involved in productive economic growth, the tenfold growth in GDP? And what we find is that in Uganda, there are certain agencies like, for example, the Uganda Investment Authority, the Uganda Free Zones, Export Promotion Authority, etc., that are working hard on that agenda and building industrial areas in the States. But they're not really linked into the urban growth perspective. So one of the issues that we talked about is how can we bring those things together. Now, cutting the story short, but I mean, everything that's been said about Gulu is very interesting, in my view, very correct. The connectivity up to South Sudan. If you look at the map of Africa, the things like the Global Gateway or the Belt and Road, you will see those corridors. Gulu is not only placed, as it is described, at the kind of apex of the Uganda infrastructure corridors, it's also at the jumping off point for the cross-Africa continental corridor, which would actually start to link Accra, Lagos, etc., to East Africa. So it's in a very exciting position if you take a longer-term view. Now, the question will be, how does the growth of the city position itself, and how do the people of the city position itself within that situation? And from what I've heard about talking today, it's very good to see the primary asset class being logistics and transport and trade. And so the city is in a very good position to benefit from the so-called productive economy and be part of it. But the key point is that the citizens ultimately are going to get wealthy out of that. They're not going to get wealthy out of the informal economy. So for me, there needs to be a relationship between the city's participation in productive growth. I'm looking at our man from the finance, he might tell me I've got it wrong. That is the most important thing, because it's only when that starts to happen that you get the money to develop the middle class and the kind of consumer facilities which the city will need in order to become a modern city. So I would be looking at that in terms of, out of the presentation of the opportunities, how do we prioritise the ones that are going to bring us money from exports over some of the other investments? And how do we make that our target? Now, one of the reasons for that is that, going back to your question about the citizens, is that it's the people of the city. How do the people of the city get involved out of the informal economy into that productive economy, the exports and the logistics and everything else? And that is through the TVET and the training institutions being geared to that economy. And one of the issues we have at the moment is that a lot of the TVET institutions in cities are actually geared to the informal economy, not to the productive economy. And then we have another issue, which is that some of the locations, for example, if you look at Kakeko, what General Sally's doing, bringing in Chinese factories very fast, very amazing. The Chinese want to benefit from our low-cost labour, and we're here, we've got that labour, but Kakeko is an example of how that can happen. Now, those Chinese industries are not going to come and agglomerate necessarily on the outskirts of Gulu as we have it now. So when we looked at I worked on the the Northern Uganda Economic Corridor Plan, we looked at the triangle from Gulu going down to Karuma, Kandini, and across to Lira as being a kind of future metropolitan area in which the Honourable Mayor talked about finding a new city. I'm hoping it might be in there because you've got the biggest power supply ever, you've got very good road network and connectivity. That could be a way forward. So I'm just saying that a problem we've had before with the organisation I work with, they did city strategies, but they looked within the city boundary. And I think the talk this morning has shown excellently how there's kind of international connectivity and the role of the city on the kind of East African, even the African market, is really important to have in view. And then to link that to your underemployed and very poor local population through good training. And I want to say one more thing. What we've been working on in the Development Partners Group coming out of that workshop is precisely what's happening today, which is that the government institutions need to get into a working relationship with the private sector. Now, when I was in the UK, I lived in Manchester for a time. Manchester was a fantastic example because there they were in a situation which I feel we're in here now. Government are basically legislators. They're like school prefects, making sure everybody obeys the rules. And generally, the private sector are like the naughty kids. Now, there was a bomb in Manchester which blew a big hole in the centre. And this is a sort of story of change. And the chief executive picked up the phone and he called 3 developers, his 3 biggest developers in the city. He said, I want you in my office. I want you to rebuild this city with me. Now, that was a big change. And I feel now here we're still talking within government about local economic development and urbanisation in terms of the government needs to get taxes from the private sector. The private sector players don't want to get into the room with the government in case they're going to start talking taxes. For me, the change needs to be something like this, where private sector and government can work together on their big agenda. The taxes can come later. They won't come automatically if investment grows. And so I think this kind of environment is very good. And what we're actually now looking at is that there is an institution in government called the Local Economic Development Investment Committee, or LEDIC, which has got all the right structural things for it to work, but none of them are working in cities. And I think I would appeal to the Honourable, the Lord Mayor, and to the people in Gulu City Council to maybe take this thing forward, and that be the platform for taking this forward. And remember, in Manchester, it was the property sector that started to rebuild the city. And I'll tell you one thing. When I used to go there a long time back, it was a dirty, sort of downbeat city. And within like 20, 30 years, the entire city got rebuilt. It was unbelievable. So, I mean, this relationship can move mountains. I just want to say that.
Thank you very much, Doctor. And I want to pick on one of your last points where you talk about the collaboration, where you talk about the relationship between government and the stakeholders. On this panel, we are privileged to have Mr. Noah John, who is representing the city of Gulu. Mr. Noah, how can we as private stakeholders in this here we have developers, we have real estate professionals, we have manufacturing companies, name it. How can the private entity work with government in collaboration to build great cities, or Gulu in this case?
Thank you, Dr. Wishu. I'd like to start by making this statement. I'd like to say that the discussion before us is not about how cities grow. It is about how cities become great. growth can occur naturally through population increase, as Dr. Creep said, and economic activity. Greatness, however, is intentional. The word there is intentional. It is planned. It is invested in. It is governed. It is sustained by institutions and guided by clear action or vision. The question that is before me is a very noble one. How can private practitioners work together with the government? I am the city planner, economic city planner for Gulu. And the question she asked about partnership. You know, for us in Acholi, we have to say, one hand cannot do much. That being naturally in Acholi, we believe in partnership. And the stakeholders that are here gathered, we need to partner with them. As a government of Gulu City, we have one big program which we call private sector transformation. And in that program, we have come up with a clear vision where we want to go as Gulu City. And we have a very strong LEDIC committee, by the way. And in that committee, we have come up with what is called the investment profile, which I will be honored at an appropriate time to share with the stakeholders that are here. So as Gulu, we have very many areas that we can really attract stakeholders. Many of them has already been communicated by my able commissioner over there when he was giving a keynote address. Even the two doctors here hinted on that. If we look at our location alone, as I speak now, Gulu is the largest urban center in northern Uganda. A regional service and administrative hub, the gateway to South Sudan and Eastern DRC. What we don't have in Gulu, which I implore many stakeholders who are gathered here to take interest in, are, number one, at the moment we do not have what is called industrial park. We are looking around to get land. And we implore the stakeholders to take on from that land for industrial park. We have what is called an industrial area in Gulu, on that side of Laibi, Badek Laibi. But that one has also already been infested with settlements. And yet it has been earmarked for development of industries. And Gulu, as it stands, is a city meant for industrialization, agro-industrialization. We have a very big chunk of land surrounding Gulu City in the Acholi sub-region. So I implore our stakeholders, as I said earlier on, we cannot work alone. We have the whole 5-year development plan, which I will share with stakeholders therein. We have a growing industrial program. We have public sector transformation, private sector transformation, manufacturing, etc., which I will share with you where we want to go in the next 5 years. I'm grateful that Commissioner mentioned the five-fold growth strategy. And that is where we are. We are implementing that to the dot. So thank you so much, Rachel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lua. I was waiting to hear also other things like this Finland, the taxes you will not pay on a later note.
Of course, we shall have a deliberate effort, by the way, in order to attract We can give tax holidays. Why not? Why not? We can do it. A deliberate effort so that we attract as many as possible and we see ourselves moving together.
Thank you very much, Mr. Noah, and thank you very much, panelists. Now, in Uganda, we're having secondary cities that are coming up, that we already know, but also this is not new to other countries. In neighboring Kenya, we've had secondary cities that have come up and are doing well. For example, Kisumu, we have Mombasa, in Tanzania we have Arusha, and in the other African countries. And this question now goes to all the panelists. I want you pick a country or a city and tell us what lessons do you learn from that secondary city that has become great. Because of Dr. Cripps, we will leave it even to go even out of Africa. Is there any lesson we can learn from the other cities that we can borrow and use in Uganda, in Gulu, to make it a better from growth to great? I don't know who will go first. Who wants to go first? Yes, Mr.
Thank you. Personally, I've ever lived in the Netherlands, where I also studied from the city of Groningen, the northern part of Netherlands. I was also privileged to visit how they plan, the office of the municipality, how they plan. And what I learned there, where investors seek certainty regarding the land use. We have been learning about this, the Netherlands, in our geography O-level, and I really saw how these people can really, the importance of land use. They even reclaim land from the seas. Infrastructure provision, transport network, utility corridors. This is a thing which many of our cities in Uganda, the second cities, are really suffering from. Utility corridors. Even for Gulu here, we have been suffering a lot. It took us almost 2 years to relocate utilities when we are building infrastructures. So these are some of the things we need to learn. And future growth direction. That means every investment should follow our physical development plan, as my colleague over there talked about it. We are privileged as Gulu City. We have a fully fledged physical development plan. 2022 to 2040. And we are now moving into a detailed planning, zoning and planning it very well, so that all our development takes on, follow our physical development plan. Without planning, infrastructure becomes very expensive. Because you cannot put everything at the same time. But if we plan, we know how we face it up when we come up with construction. Congestion also increases. Informality also expands. And investment confidence declines. So what I saw in the city of Groningen in the Netherlands is very, very important how organized they are, how their roads, the road networks, the international airport, etc. And here we are crying, Gulu is second to Entebbe, by the way. It can become one of the most very important airport in this country, Gulu Airport here. So this is a very brief, my experience when I was a student there, and share how they really are developing. Thank you.
The lessons for me are that we need to have a closer connection. Places I've worked, when I worked on urban regeneration in the UK, First of all, when we made a plan for, let's say, roads or infrastructure, we had to have a discussion with the private universities, with the landowners and the investors. So the application for the funding for the road had to be accompanied by commitments from investors. This is what they're going to do. Now, that then starts the dynamic. Okay? It's the deal. We're building our infrastructure without any deal. We're building new roads in towns, no deal. And they're going to places where nobody really wants or needs them anyway. So we need to rethink. Within this relationship, you get the map and you say, where do you think the road should go? Where do you need them in order to develop your investment? Now, the quid pro quo is that there's also a system whereby when the land value rises, which it does as a result of the road being built, when you design and submit an application, there's another deal, which is that once you start making money, you're going to have to contribute some of that back to the government for further infrastructure. Because people are taking away free money for no reason for increased land value. So there's no land value capture. And it can be done in a way that's actually beneficial to both parties. It's like, oh no, you're not taking my increased land value, it's my land. But once it comes to the point of saying, okay, when you can afford to pay for it, as your business grows, it goes back into the city and ultimately it then increases the value of the land again. Okay, so in other words, those are the kind of things, lessons I've drawn, which I think we can apply.
Yes, okay.
I'll speak from local experience, specifically within the East Africa region, because I have the privilege of going to Arusha almost every year, and for the last 10 years I've seen it develop quite significantly, and there was a deliberate effort by the authorities there to develop particular aspects of their physical development plan, and they focused on development corridors and also looked at enabling markets as nodes of economic growth to empower the population to produce. And so the other example we have, I think we are very familiar with is Kigali, Rwanda. It's something that they have done consistently, and that is about their documentation and their intentionality in making sure that approvals are given in time and efficiently. That kind of intention attracts investors to come and set up the infrastructure that they need to work with. We've suffered quite a bit as a country in that regard. There are not many clear approval processes at times, and because of that, I'm sure we've lost quite a number of well-intentioned investors. So I do not want Gulu to miss this opportunity. You have an opportunity to get it right the first time. Be intentional about your approval processes. But then also don't build big. Don't get into these mega projects per se. It's good that under USMIT there has been an effort to improve the network, to work on the market, but it's just one market now. And one of the presenters was talking about how being a 220 square kilometer city area, you cannot have development focusing on the area. You need to start thinking now of the secondary growth centers. So also think about the markets in those secondary growth centers. Gulu still has the opportunity to work with land which is still vacant. Recently worked on a project for markets in the Greater Kampala region, and we were working with sites as small as half an acre, having to put more than 500 vendors there. So and yet there's already a limit on how many floors you can go. So it really stretched our imagination. But we do not want to have instances like that happening. You have the opportunity to do it right, so get the professionals on board, because we have these resources available. Just like Kigali did it right, they had the right set of professionals running the city's development trajectory. So you can also do it, and it's good that government policy now allows for professionals to sit at the different district levels. And they're now recruiting architects, engineers, and ensuring that they are properly registered. So that's the kind of value addition that will come into this process to ensure that it's well driven. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, our dear panelists. Again and again, I'm hearing planning as one of the key things if you're going to move from growth to great. I hear documentation, I hear intentionality, I like the fact that Kenneth brings out the bureaucracy bit where we have to do away with bureaucracy. But also, when I'm in my university school teaching my students, I have been telling them about global warming, about climate change, about real estate being one of the biggest contributors to what we're seeing right now, climate change. Actually, real estate contributes 38% to 40% of the carbon emissions globally. And in this conversation, I have not heard anything about environment, how we're planning, but also now to Dr. Previous. A lot of experience has been gathered in smart cities. You can't talk about smart and leave out technology or leave out sustainability. How does Gulu and the other secondary cities embrace those two and move from growth to great? Because that's where we have to go now. Thank you.
Okay, the question about climate change and green is certainly something I've been working on quite a lot, and my message would be to the city, first of all, you need to understand where your rivers are and the catchment area, which extends way beyond your boundaries. You've got to see where the water's coming from and where is it going to. Now, it's difficult to squeeze, as our friend wants you to do, a bit of land for a park from a development. That happened in New York. I mean, the Central Park, New York, is a very good example of a very expensive little green space which was raised value in properties around it. But what we're looking at is that within the riverine systems, there's a lot of green space. Okay? For example, in Kigali, they've created an eco park within their wetland system, which is accessible. So we can use our wetlands and our green spaces, and probably somebody from them might kill me saying this, as recreational spaces if they're dealt with in the right way. But what happened in Kigali is that they did one. They discovered that it had a huge impact on the neighbouring landowners, and suddenly the other landowners said, can we have one? Can we have one? Okay. So we need to identify our green assets, and I think there will be around the riverine, blue-green, and work with them, maintaining and regenerating them. Leave it like that.
Thank you very much. And because of time, we will now wind up with the panel. But just one parting shot for Kenneth. I would be happy if it would be related to sustainability and technology. That would be good. But any parting shot, and then we'll go to Mr. Noah.
Thank you, Dr. Renita. My parting shot would be, as Ugandans, we are at the cusp of opportunity, and some of these resources we are struggling to harness. There's already a way to do so, but the missing link has been getting the professionals actively involved in this. I've been in architectural leadership for quite a while, and when I joined the presidency this year, I was looking for a forum where we could have all players in the built environment. Lo and behold, here I am, without having a big role in this, but these opportunities are wonderful. But we need to harness them beyond just talking. We need tools, and tools which work. And then what will make those tools effective is when we also practice what we preach. And back to the sustainability issue, we have a lot of rainwater that goes to waste. And I tried it at home. For the last 15 years, I've been harvesting rainwater. And when I look at what happens in my compound compared to the neighbors who let it run, they prepare their boundary walls several times. So there is a saving when you embrace sustainability practices. I have had solar lights that help at night with motion detectors and that. They've lasted over 10 years, and when the power is off, we're still able to get around the house. And so there are small interventions like those which shouldn't just sound nice, but go out there, buy a water tank, harvest your rainwater. You'll find that you can do a lot more with it and save on the water bills. So let's make it practical. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dora.
Thank you, Vashua. What I want to say is that investment shape the city we want. As good a city, there are certain priority areas which I think I should highlight them. And in our programming, we are environmentally very, very concerned. Even the Ochmeat project that is coming, we have taken climate change as a very, very important aspect. So in Gulu City, we have the following priorities. Number one is infrastructure, and it cuts across the strategic road networks, the drainage systems, water supply, energy systems, and digital connectivity. Another area is logistics. And we have the warehousing, of course, distribution centers, industrial park, freight facilities. Then industrial development, agro-processing, of course, manufacturing in many areas, and industrial park. And real estate, the housing, the commercial developments, and mixed-use urban centers. So we call upon investors and stakeholders that are interested. And as I earlier mentioned, we have what is called the investment profile, which I will be happy to share with stakeholders that are here guided today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Loa. And lastly, Doctor, any parting shots before we open it up to the audience for one or two questions? Yes.
My parting shot is that the word intentional is very, very good, but somebody has to be intending. And I think what's so nice today is that the Lord Mayor is here delivering his vision. So having a Lord Mayor like that is really important. But it's also important to have key officers in government posts who are also intentional. And we have our plan here. So it revolves around people. And those people need to have relationships with the investors. When I worked in the city of Leeds, we did the planner knew everybody who was the key investors. Now, if the planner have that personal, friendly relationship with the private investors in this room, that's necessary. That's my parting shot.
Thank you very much. And now we will open it up to the public, to the audience. Any questions for the panelists?
Thank you very much. I'll make this really brief. My name is Daniel Cheng. I'm a local investor here in Gulu. I just have a question for the panel, especially for the gentleman representing the mayor. The data that Knight Frank has showed us indicated that the land pricing metrics, how they came about with that, but you still find that
the city preparing for rapid urbanization and population growth. 3. The city preparing for rapid urbanization and population growth. 3. What opportunities exist for young architects and developers in upcoming projects? Question number 4. What sectors in Gulu real estate currently have the highest investment potential? Hospitality, residential, commercial, and mixed-use developments. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Father Santa. First of all, I want to appreciate that you enjoyed my country. You pronounced the city wrong. It is Groningen. And I am from that country originally.
Issues that were raised to support my colleague, who is a physical planner. First of all, Gulu City Engineering Department is probably the partner you'll be working with the most in realizing real estate development in Gulu City and in supporting your investment. Because in real estate, you are going to put a lot of money, and this money needs to be protected. So we want to do this by promising 3 things. 1, safety for your investment, predictability, and a resilient environment. There are 3 ways we are going to do this for you, and this is how we do it in government. Number 1 is that we want to guarantee you a robust development control. You are all aware that the President recently signed on the new bill called Building Control Act. The Building Control Act now mandates that every development permission should start the process of development. So a development for building starts with building permission. This will address the issue of, my brother Walter asked that the city has been approving residential buildings in industrial parks. This has been the challenge because sometimes the building control officers are not aware that this area was planned for industries. But now, before you come to the building control, you have to get clearance from development control. So some of you, don't be surprised if you have a plot of land in Chereneno, you want to build your family home, and the city says no. This will also protect you and safeguard your investment in the future, because you wouldn't have to break your building or leave your building because factories are making noise around you. People will be building apartments. You will also be safeguarded that a plastic company is not next to your house. So that is predictability. Also, setback limits. Right now we have a challenge in Gulu City, especially the main street. You know, the road is narrow. It's not narrow because the planning wasn't there. The planning was there, but I think the safeguard regulations were not enforced to the dot. This has provided both a challenge, but also has provided opportunity for real estate developers. The challenge is that if you build a very good commercial building there, your customers don't have where to park, so they may just drive away and go to another place. But the opportunity also is that you now have a chance to build parking garages in the middle of Gulu City. And the city can come up with a regulation, a bylaw, that will ban parking on the streets. So that means you have an opportunity to turn a very good prime real estate land into a parking lot which doesn't cost a lot of money. Thirdly, we are going to promise you a resilient public infrastructure. The upcoming Bush Meet has one of the pillars is called Drainage Master Plan. The Drainage Master Plan is to ensure that the city is fully drained, and we don't have the scenarios we are seeing in Kampala. In Kampala, you all know what's happening around Nachivuko whenever it rains. The upcoming cities, including Gulu, is intentionally avoiding those pitfalls. Our master plan, drainage infrastructure, design is out. We're going to have major drainage channels like the Nachivuko channels that will drain the city fully. That will safeguard their investment. Of course, we shall have the roads, we shall have the city beautification, we shall have the solar street lights that will ensure 24-hour economy and security. But this is what we shall promise you. Now, 30 days, we guarantee you. Bring your application for building, for planning control. As long as you have made a complete submission, we guarantee you 30 days. The city is now recruiting more, so Gulu is ripe for investment in real estate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I was kindly asking that maybe we could have this question first answered, and also because of time, the panelists are still around during lunchtime and the networking event in the evening. We could be able to meet them and have more discussion. Yes, so Mr. Lua, do you want to answer some of the questions that the engineer did?
Majority of the questions have been responded to by the city engineer. However, what I would like to tell you is that all that you have asked, it is in black and white for the city. My colleague over there asked about the weak internet connectivity and what we are doing to boost it up. It is in black and white. We have a whole program called digital transformation. And we already have spot areas where we are going to install public internet for access by all. For the young people, the lady there asked, there are so many things that we are put in black and white. And I call upon our stakeholders also to come in and we see how we can move together. We have a fully fledged 5-year city development plan, has already been approved by the National Planning Authority. It contains everything you want to know about Gulu into detail, including detailed project profiles, how we want to build the abattoir, how we want to upgrade all our roads, tarmac roads, which are environmentally friendly, everything that you want to know about Gulu City. We shall avail this to you so that you read through and you get back to us in areas where we can partnership. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lua. And also the young architect asked about infrastructural gaps, to ask about investment opportunities, residential, commercial, industrial. Those were clearly articulated earlier in the report. And Knight Frank Uganda has promised to give each one of us a copy of that report. You'll be able to get it from there. Lastly, I would like to invite Ms. Jody to ask her question and then look forward.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rachel. My question goes to Mr. Alua on from the physical planning perspective. From a practical point of view, I just wanted to know if Gulu has submitted their ATM's response plans, and if you have one, can we get a hold of it? Because I know that Ministry of Finance and Planning, MOFPED, has been calling for cities to prepare and submit their ATM response plans. ATMs being, I'm sure you know what that is.
I don't have the city physical planner here. She could have responded better than myself.
Okay.
But what I know, it has already been approved from the center.
Okay.
Yeah, fully fledged approved and ready for use.
Okay, where can we get a copy of that, please?
We can avail you with copies, even soft copies I can share with you.
Are they online?
I'm not very sure being online, but I have copies of those I can share.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Judy, for the question, and thank you once again, the panelists, Kenneth, Dr. Christopher, and Mr. Dua for that very insightful conversation and discussion. We will stop here. Thank you.
Can we give a round of applause to Dr. Good job, well done. Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you, the panel, for this insightful conversation. You will allow me now, without any further ado, to invite Michael Oloya Tebere, who will handle the next panel discussion. Let's clap for We are joined by the whip for all the RDCs, and they are represented by the resident district commissioner for Amoro district, Commissioner Oscar Mocheng. Thank you very much for joining us.
Our panel, land, title, and development structuring reality. I want to start by inviting our panelists. As I invite each panelist forward, I will give you a brief introduction of the panelists. Our first panelist is Senior Counsel Francis Gimara. Francis is Head of African Law Practice East Africa. He is a well-respected attorney with cross-cutting experience in corporate governance law and alternative dispute resolution, specializing in mediation and arbitration. Most recently, he has pioneered regional integration law in East Africa. Francis was ranked and recognized by Chambers Global 2025 as a lawyer with a well-established reputation in the country for his arbitration counsel work, as well as his advice on business integration. Francis has argued several groundbreaking cases, and particularly for you investors, including constitutional petition number 19, which clarified the rights of customary landowners in Uganda. Francis has served as the president of the Uganda Law Society from 2016 to 17, and was awarded the distinguished honor of senior counsel by the Uganda Law Society and the then Chief Justice, Honorable Justice Bart Katerebe, in recognition of his contribution to the development of the legal profession in Uganda. He is also the current chairperson of the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Assets Appeals Tribunal, and is a board member of TFC Limited, Britain South Sudan, Tanzania Cement Company, and the MTN Foundation. On the social side, it's not business only. Francis Gimara is the convener of the Gulu City Marathon. And you see he's in the colors of Gulu City Marathon. Which takes place every first Saturday of December. You are all invited to participate in this marathon for 2026. And Francis, I want the shirt, that's my side. Bigger runners are also coming to start running. He has also been appointed chair of the Rotary International District Conference, DISCON 102, which will be the biggest meeting of Rotarians in Uganda to date, and it is coming to Gulu for the very first time. Ladies and gentlemen, our panelists. Our second panelist is Mr. Arthur Spender Owo. Arthur Spender Owo. Arthur is the director of the Center for African Research, which is based in Gulu. He's a renowned scholar, and he's a program for African leadership scholar of the London School of Economics and Political Science. Arthur researches security, politics, justice, land conflict, and political ecology in the African Great Lakes region. He is currently chairman of the Gulu City Land Board. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Arthur Spender Owo, our second panelist. Our third panelist is Mr. Mark Moro. Mark Moro is a senior citizen, first and foremost, but is also the coordinator, Uganda National Chamber of Commerce and Industry in the Acholi sub-region. Mark coordinates all private sector actors and government agencies in the commerce and industry sector. He is an expert in structuring workable public-private partnerships, PPPs, and is also a member of the Northern Regional Tax Appeals Tribunal Committee. He is also a committee member of Gulu City Investment Planning and Development Committee. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome our panelist, Mr. Mark Moro. Our final panelist is Council Frederick Kenneth Akena. Frederick Akena is an advocate with Odomo and Company Advocates in Gulu City, one of the most renowned legal practices in Gulu. He's an expert in alternative dispute resolution, mediation, and negotiation, amongst others. Kenneth is a renowned trainer of trainers in women's and children's rights, in human rights, and has been a very long established practitioner providing legal aid and skills development to members of the community. Counsel Kenneth has used his vast experience well and now lectures at the Faculty of Law in Gulu University. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome our first panelist. To recap, our panel is on land, title, and development structuring reality. The gentleman you see before you should break this down for us. Before we go to that, I want to just say a few thought-provoking things to trigger this discussion. The concept of land, what is it all about? I like this famous Native American proverb which says, we don't inherit the earth from our ancestors, we borrow it from our children. Okay? That definition serves a political, ideological viewpoint on land, how it ought to be owned or developed. But for our purpose today, land, it seems, is property. It is real estate. It can be privately or communally owned. It can be inherited. It can be bought. It can be sold. Our panelists should break that down for us. So how should we define land differently? Okay? Why? We are talking about land in Acholi. And in Acholi, land is so much attached to the people, so much so that we even name our lands according to clan names. Patiako, Palaro, Palabek, Pawe, Patuda, Pa, meaning of, the land of. That is how we actually name our land. So this is what we are talking about. The second concept we are looking at here is the concept of title. How do we document land? Okay? Let's think about it provocatively. Why? Because mankind invents processes to suit particular circumstances. We know that at one point in time, a colonial government created a local governance system which imbued the person of a county chief with so much power. The county chief was both executive, legislature, and judicial branches all in one. As a famous scholar described it as a decentralized despotism. But what happened? Today we have a local council, okay, which say at the local level, the biggest power is the local council. Everybody age 18 and above, ordinarily resident in the area and presumably of sound mind, can speak in such a council. If that would change, how about land ownership? So that is to provoke you, our panelists, on the idea of title. Then we have the idea of Gulu as a secondary city. We are here talking about secondary cities, isn't it? Where does this come from? I took a peek at your Uganda Vision 2040, and what do I find? That in addition to Kampala, there shall be regional cities. And the Uganda Vision 2040 name is Gulu, Mbale, Mbarara, and Arua. But in addition, there will be strategic cities like Hoima, Nakasongola, Fort Portal, Moroto, and Jinja. Alright? But now when you look at that map in Uganda Vision 2040 of the regional cities, you see a map that shows roads leading to these cities. And what do the roads show? Something very interesting. Gulu has 6 main roads radiating out of it, the highest. Kampala is second with 5 main roads radiating out of it. Then you have Mbale and Barara with 4 roads radiating out of it there. Jinja, Fort Portal, and Hoima with 3 roads. Arua and Moroto with 2 roads each. Are we a secondary city? Only? Just to provoke you. So anyway, enough provocations for now. Let's get straight down to business. I'm going to field a number of questions to our panelists, 2 questions apiece. We'll start with each of you will do 1 question, give your answer, responses. Later, of course, I'll ask the panelists the participants to fire questions to each of the panelists. So let me start off with Senior Counsel Francis Gimara. Your first question is this. Traditionally, land in Acholi was customarily owned, with grazing land, hunting grounds, forests, wetlands, and rock outcrops held in common. Homesteads and cultivated land is owned by families and individuals. Now, today, such customary land is considered incompatible with modern development. Is this the case?
Thank you, moderator, and I want to first of all thank Nightfront for convening this meeting under the tag Discover, Connect, and Invest. One of the discoveries that we would like for the audience to know related to that question is to establish that as a myth, that customary ownership of land is not aligned with development aspirations. I would like to state very clearly, if there's one thing you need to walk out of here, that is a very colonial mindset. When the colonialists came here, they baptized the land as inferior, and they had a very deliberate methodology to treat anything African as inferior, right from the 1902 Order in Council, meaning suppress your domestic laws, suppress your land ownership mechanisms, and then what do? They replace that with crown land, as a superior form of land ownership. And from the crown land is where you see titles like lease, freehold emerging. So that system is unfortunately sustained beyond the independence time in 1962 through the crown, through the land, the Public Lands Act, and that goes on and on. And then what happens in 1994? In 1994, interest yourself in the discussion around land ownership in Uganda from the CA debates. When you read those reports, you will find an articulation of a return of land to the previous owners in terms of recognizing that in particular areas, people own land through the customary tenure system. And that becomes part of the recognition under the legal infrastructure of Article 274 of the Constitution. And the Constituent Assembly now say that you can own land under any of the 4 tenures. Number 1 is freehold, the second one is mile, the third is leasehold, and for the very, very first time, you have customary tenure recognized as a form of land ownership. Meaning that from then 1994, our constitutional order recognizes that as land owned in perpetuity, it is in equal sitting with anyone owning land under mile tenure and freehold as well. But then what happens? In between the Constitution and the 1998 Act, a lot of things happened. One, we did not have a land policy in place, okay? But the Constitution had required that we have a law to operationalize the provisions of the Constitution, and time was running out. So you have a land act that is designed in 1998 to meet the constitutional deadline, but in a material form, that land act did not capture customary ownership the way it ought to be captured. So you now see that there is a categorization. The law is drafted in a manner that sustains the colonial mindset that this thing called customary tenure is anti-development, number 1. Number 2, it does not allow land to be traded in the market. And number 3, it should be converted to other tenures. So when you read that land act, you see that that mindset is sustained in the land act. And that is the problem. And that is what has led to a lot of confusion. Because you have a law that does not align with the wishes and aspirations of the 1995 Constitution. And that is what now begins to sustain this mindset that this law does not work. So when the land boards created under the Land Act come into place, they begin to offer leaseholds on customary tenure. And that affected the rights of very, very many people who had already gotten their land returned through the Constitution. So that system runs for a very long time, causes a lot of land issues, and this was not helped also by the political instability. People left their lands. When they returned, land grabbers also returned with them, and a lot of chaos began to unveil at that point. So many things then happened. So we discover that there is need to correct this. We organized a petition, constitutional petition number 28/2019, the Constitutional Court. There's one case I have argued all my life, even if I don't practice law anymore, will be this. Because for the very first time in this matter, which had a Supreme Court judge, Justice Okello Galdino, it had the former Commissioner of Land, Okello, it had Bishop Ochola Bakulio, that's petitioners, and an organization I sit on the court called Center for Public Interest Law. We said we needed the Constitutional Court to understand that this customary tenure has not been reflected in the law the way it should be reflected. And the Constitutional Court agreed with us. The Constitutional Court said that when you look at land ownership in Acholi today, begin from the point before colonialism came, that there were landowners who organized their land and owned their land in accordance with the local custom. Meaning that essentially you have to own land on the basis of your community, the clans he was talking about. And that was what the Constitution intended, and the Constitutional Court clarified that. So then the question is, what were the land boards doing to issue, to call all this land as public land. The Constitutional Court said there's nothing like public land in Acholi. You know what we have is government-owned land for certain key government institutions. All that land that the district land boards call former public land owned by them is actually not existent. That was a legal anomaly that this Constitutional Court sought to address. So what then is the way forward on this? One is that this decision clarifies that when you are dealing with land here, there is a mechanism of ownership of this land. And those who want to invest here, forget this nonsense that this tenure is anti-development. No, this tenure customary is only a call, and that when you want land, and I see Chief Judo with the pastoral in northern Uganda, if you want land in this area, just on top of just doing a search at land, engage to find out if the community is part of that. Now, in my view, that's not anything wrong. But there is this message that land has to be individualized, you know, and because that is what is understood elsewhere, and because that is what the Australians brought here through the torrent system, is in my view an anomaly. When you come to a place like this, please understand that land is owned customarily, by far, by majority of cases. Does that mean it is anti-development? Absolutely no. You just have to get lawyers who understand what customary tenure is, like the Kenneth, then they will lead you to acquire that land. But also it does not take away the planning aspect of government. Although land is planned, like the previous panel discussed, that does not take away. But what they're saying is that, you know, land today in northern Uganda, you need to recognize the variance of customary ownership. It's not enough for you to go and just pick a title with an individual's name. It is possible, sometimes, not all the time, that that individual acquired that land corruptly without respect to indigenous land rights. So it is possible to still undertake development here, but I think the key thing is that that tenure is not inferior, that tenure is not wrong. It's just saying that respect people who own land, not as individuals, but as communities. I think that is helpful.
Thank you very much, Councillor Francis. Councillor Francis has made it very clear to the investor, all right? I think the rider to this question then should be, make it equally clear to the customary landowner. How should I, the customary, I and you, among us here who have customary land, how should we prepare ourselves to benefit from infrastructure development? How should conversations with stakeholders, with interested investors like this start?
I think for the landowners here, there are two things. There's also individual land rights, which is not the majority. There are individuals who are ready to undertake development. There are institutions, the churches are here, they sit over huge land. Those ones can begin to, you know, work out with developers to do certain developments. But also for individual owners, I have argued elsewhere that we need, like I have argued and told the chiefs, you need to organize your clan entities to be ready for investments in a manner that does not take away your land rights. For instance, I have said the one thing you need to do land trusts over the land you have. Prepare yourselves so that when an investor comes, you own that land in perpetuity. It's a trust that is recognized. Give them leases, 50, 100 years to do the development they want. That land still remains under lease, but this time you have organized yourself in a manner that enables you to push development, but also does not stand in the way of people who want to invest and carry out investments. So I said, doing land trusts is one thing.
Yeah.
Number two is increased transparency, because also the lack of documentation of this land. You are seeing individuals in clans also becoming land mafias within clans. So they need to also document that land. I've also argued elsewhere, and government now has picked this, that we need a customary land register. Thankfully now the government has included that in the new land policy, because that will bring a form of transparency that will make it workable for everyone, both the landowners and people who want to use the land.
Excellent, and I think that also reduces the cost of investment for the investor, isn't it?
Exactly, because it's much clearer.
Absolutely. I think to support and continue the trend we are taking, I'm going to ask Councillor Kenneth Akena some two specific questions that will nail the issue down for our investors. How do you access land for infrastructure development if you're an investor? Kenneth.
Thank you, Michael. I think every infrastructural development needs land, and in this regard, there are various ways that you can actually access land, even in the Acholi region here. Land you can access, one of the ways you can get it as a gift from the community for infrastructural development. Through that, you'll enter into an arrangement with the community so that that gift is offered for investment. The second one, which is through through pure purchase. It's an outright purchase, which is a willing buyer, willing seller. You agree, you locate the land, and you purchase the same. The third aspect, which I believe is most common, if the land is within the city area and it's a lease, then you can get a lease out of that land where you become the lessee, and you have a lessee on the other side. And through this, there is always a lease term within which you're supposed to use the said piece of land. You can also rent the land through that way. Of course, we have other pieces of land that are inherited, personally benefit for their own development. Those are some of the few aspects that I believe one can get land. There are other, of course, other ways. There is also a donation, which is part of it. The community can also donate land, and it's used for infrastructure development. Now, before you go into that, once you have identified that piece of land, you must identify your goal. As an investor, what you want to do. You want to build an hospital, you want to go for rental, you want to build a mansion. So through that, you first identify the goal, you identify the land, then you now need to look at what is most viable. Because I believe if you want to put up a rental, then you're not going to go like 40 kilometers away from the town center to put up a rental in order to get all the interest out of it. Thank you.
Great. If that is the case, there are those different ways of accessing land for infrastructure development. What challenges should an investor in such land expect in Acholi here?
Thank you, Mike. You know, sometimes you have the biggest challenge with brokers. They are there. I, for one, can go to acquire land. They'll tell me this piece of land, maybe 40 by 60, it's 100 million. Then another person will come on a border, and they tell me this piece of land here is 40 million. So those challenges are there, that we don't have fixed prices for land. So the market is not as open as it is. So those challenges are there. Then, of course, we also have situations where once sale is done, another family member comes and says, you know what, Francis, you have sold this land here, but my interest has not been taken care of. That one might come after about a period of 3 months. The investor has put 1.2 billion on the land. The money is not there with the family members anymore. It's a big challenge that you now start fighting to recover your money. And there are a lot of aspects of lost time, court time. Courts don't get done in 6 months. So an investor has buried money on the land. The family cannot recoup the money because you might find that some of the family members have bought bajajes, they have married women, bought cars, put on taxis. So those challenges are grave. So the ideal position should be, once you have identified the land, you must really do enough due diligence. Take your time. Don't think you're going to make a kill by today getting land for 50 million, you put money and the next day is done. Take your time, make sure you do all that is necessary to establish the true ownership of that piece of land. If it's registered land, please make sure that you carry out the search that's done at registry. Don't stop there. Go physical on the ground. Carry out the physical inspection of the land. Make sure that you open those boundaries, which is a normal process. Now, if it's a customary piece of land, you go, for example, you want to buy 100 acres in Amuru. You know, for us, we believe in, when you go to the villages, please ask. You might go and sit under a tree that you want to buy land, then there's this one drunkard who will come and tell you, Francis, this land here has issues, you first wait. Don't neglect that one. That is the real person who's telling you, please, first investigate. And you'll find that that person is put aside not to be among these ones in the meeting. But that's the person who's going to save you your money. If you're going to buy a registered land that is for the clan that's in the village. So you rather take care of those ones very well. So the issue is that you need to do a lot of background check so that you make sure that you don't burn your hands as an investor who wants to put up an investment.
Thank you very much, Kenny. We are going to leave the best for last. You know, Arthur is the chairperson of the Gulu City Land Board, and we will make him nail down the process when we wind down with our panelists. So I'm going to ask our senior citizen, Mark Moro, to give us answers to two very important questions here. First, as coordinator, Uganda National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Acholi sub-region, what to you is the reality of property investment and development in Acholi?
Thank you very much. Great, huh?
Yeah.
First of all, I would like to thank Ambassador I'd like to thank her for having attended this very important. This is a clear sign that she's somebody who has been having her home in her heart, traveling to come and attend this very important function. And also, Knight Frank, I'd like to thank you so much for having brought us here together to put our heads closely so that we see how to move Gulu City ahead. Thank you so much. First of all, Uganda National Chamber of Commerce and Industry has been here in Uganda for over 96 years. And its key role has all along been to bring the business partners together under one umbrella. And that is the umbrella of UNCCI. So having heard that, there has always been challenges in running business, but what we know is once the business community moves as a team under one unit, it reduces quite a number of challenges. Instead, it pushes development faster and upward. And that's where we are now. So the question is that how in Acholi has been the challenges of investment development here. As far as we are concerned, what we have always done is to identify various operators in Acholi sub-region, what they do, and what roles they can do to bring about development in our place. So, key areas where we have also always stepped on are financial institutions like banks, insurers, and then of course those who do the actual construction. I remember very well in the past when Gulu was brought down by war or conflicts. Most of the buildings you see around were blown off or burnt away eventually. So what we did as Chamber of Commerce was to bring insurers together with bankers to support those who are on the ground. And that's why most of these buildings you see around in town here were developed along that strategy. And that strategy, I was by then the manager, regional manager of National Insurance Corporation for Northern Region. We stood together with the Stanbic Bank. At that time it was still called Uganda Commercial Bank. Uganda Commercial Bank, Centenary, and the rest. So what we did was, we would urge, property owners to go and get insurance. Once he gets insurance, then the bank will automatically honor him or her and will give her development fundings. And that is how buildings started shooting up in Gulu. And by the way, up to date, that structure has stood. If there is any banker here, Islamic Bank, I hope they're around. Yeah, that's fantastic. Up to now, that is the strategy which is working. If you see any building coming up, know for sure that Chamber of Commerce, insurance, and banks are standing together to make sure those things get out. And these days, if you go to banks, you'll even find insurance inside. Am I wrong? So those are the key areas which is making us move. But the most important thing is business people should be in their organizations or their associations, so that linking them up with the key areas of opportunity becomes very easy. And this is what Chamber of Commerce has always urged them to be strong and together in their operations, so that coordinating with them becomes very easy, even with bankers and financial institutions. And even investors coming from out for partnership, we urge them always to go through those approaches. Chamber of Commerce is always willing to help them. And many do that, even those coming from Netherlands, our brother across there has put it. We normally work together with people coming from outside to help with that.
Excellent. So we are now clear that creating this enabling environment and bringing enabling institutions, the insurance companies, the banks, the chamber, plus the property developers together, realizes the infrastructure development. Excellent. Now, I'll ask you the right question to that. As coordinator of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry, you have a very large, huge membership in Northern Uganda here. What challenges does your membership face? Well, they are the investors and want to partner with other investors as well.
Well, the key challenges which we are always facing is that normally people tend to move away from realities where they started from. Very many, when growth has overpowered them, they tend to leave behind where they started from. So at the end of it all, it becomes a challenge. And then two, there has always been what we call conflict, conflict pushing up and down of the business community. But in one way or another, we have developed a system where we do what? We do mediation. There is a set up team of mediators within the business community who know how to resolve those conflicts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Finally, we come to Arthur. Arthur, as a scholar and as chair of Gulu City Land Board, in 3 minutes, can you give our audience here a very succinct answer on the following question? I am an investor. Take me through the land titling process.
Thank you very much, Michael and the audience here. And of course, just to correct that, my name does not have a U, but just to take you through the process, I wanted to place it in a proper contextual scholarly debate on what is happening, but with the 3 minutes, I don't think it's going to be possible. But I think it's good for me to set the stage that we are doing all these things in a context where there are two key debates in this region. The one that sits on the side of Francis Kimara, that says, let's take care of the customary issues of the land that we're talking about. And then there is the other that I know that most members in this room actually subscribe to, being led by the Southern American political economist, that is Hernando de Soto, who says, let us register our land so that it has value and will bring debt capital into something that is live, so that we are bankable and we are able to get resources. So even though I submit in the context of this debate that is raging on in this region. And I also want to say quite clearly that me being the chairman of the land board I have seen Mr. Lua here. We also have the physical planning department, and then we also have the ministry zonal office. So we shall be very clear on where my mandate actually overlaps and ends. But to take you through the process, as the moderator has actually said, the land registration process, especially in the city here where I sit, begins with a physical planning recommendation. It's important for you to understand the planning of the area in which you want to acquire that land. Does it sit in an area where it's industrial, or is it in an area where it's commercial or residential? I had a question coming from one of the ladies there who was talking about issues of mixed planning and all those. So it's important for you to get to understand. And once you do that, then you're going to put in the physical planning application that is handled by the physical planning committee that I think is headed by the town clerk. In that process, you will get clarity and you'll get approval. Now, once you get approval, you will now go to the area land committee. In Gulu City, we have two area land committees. We have one for Badege Naibi, and then we have one for Laropeje. Now, in those two, those are actually, I would call them, in quotes, our foot soldiers. They will go and be able to do inspection for us to get to understand the nitty-gritty on the land that you're actually applying for. You'll pay 20,000 shillings in order for you to get the form and the other forms that are actually also involved, including Form 23 at that area or the level of the area land committee. Now, once that process is done, those files are now submitted over to the city land board for consideration, in which we can come up with a decision either to defer or to approve based on what is actually entailed in that application. Now, to let you know, we normally require certain either sales contracts, or we require letters from the LC1 to be able to give credence to the fact that you are the one who is in possession of that land. So what the city does is that we either approve or we defer at that level depending on your application. Is either Form 8 or Form number 4. Form number 4 is for freehold, and Form number 8 is for the leasehold lands within. I know Councillor Gimara has mentioned something about their petition that they actually put in, but we still have those forms in place. Now, once we do the approval, the land officer will write for you a letter, a forwarding letter that you send to the Ministry Zonal Office to aid you in acquiring an instruction to survey. Once you acquire that, you now go with your surveyor, the land is surveyed, and there are processes that are done. Plotting and checking is done. Once that one is done, and then you can proceed to get a deed plan, and then this land officer will also write you a letter for you to be able to get a title. So briefly, that is the process, but we can walk you through the actual process. I have some of those copies with me that I can share with potential investors in the house.
Excellent. Now, we all know not everything can be plain sailing, isn't it? So, what bottlenecks should investors expect in that titling process?
Thank you very much, Mike. And of course, I know the fiscal is inside here, but Douglas North talks about the new institutional economics. The fact is that institutions matter. And the way in which I talk about institutions is not just like a bank or something, but the institutions I'm talking about are rules of the game. And when I talk about rules of the game, I mean what kind of like rules govern these formal and informal institutions that we have. I think Councillor Kenny talked about you being able to talk to the customary leaders if you're going to go that direction, but then we also have the formal institutions that are in place. Now, if we are to talk about the bottlenecks, there are many bottlenecks. There's fraudulent dealings that are now taking place within the context of Acholi. People begin to emerge, there's double sales that we've witnessed, and that is why, in the course of our duty as the City Land Board, we've adopted the mechanism, even for leased land, to carry on due diligence, to come and do inspection before we extend titles, because we want to cure some of these. Two, we have high transactional costs that are in place. This is something that we've had. There are many actors involved, there are surveyors involved, there are brokers involved, there's board involved, there's inspection done, and there are all these costs that sometimes may not be very clear. And that may lead to sort of like a long time in having your process actually clear. Now, besides that, there are several other challenges like boundary issues that do emerge in the course of our work, and we've been able to sort out a good number of those issues that we actually had, in addition to the high transactional costs. But then I also want to mention that there is limited awareness. You see, in the course of land transaction and what we are doing, there is always evolving laws, new regulations, and now the key petitioner is here. He's thrown in that petition. We now have to sit and begin to interpret it. How does it work in contemporary Gulu City at the moment? And so these challenges do emerge in the course of us getting to do our work. And then there's also speculation, speculators that are actually coming up. And of course, these sometimes may lead to high cost of the land. I've had people making complaints and comments about land being very high in our region, but I think it's still fairly average compared to the other regions. So there are challenges, Mike, but I do think that these are the ones I can elaborate for the moment.
Thank you very much. So participants, we have heard from all our panelists. We are going to go into a short question and answer session and look for around 3-5 answers, questions, and then our panelists will also have a very quick. Okay, since we are running out of time, so what we can close with here is, any serious question you have, write it down. We'll collect it, we'll share it with panelists later on as we socialize. We'll be able to share those questions, and the panelists can give you answers as and when we meet with them. Okay? So I want to bring this panel to a close with one little pointer. I am the Director for Government and Partner Relations with Kijani Forestry Limited, and I am a consultant in governance. So I insisted on one thing. Let me find out about notable green cities. So when I Googled that, what did I find? A number of cities are listed: Seattle, in the US, Berlin, etc. Very prominent green cities. And the last one in the list of 5 was Kampala, of all places. All right? Kampala as a green city. So as we do infrastructure development, let's think about greening northern Uganda so that we did Kampala. We have a bare forest on the edge of Gulu City on our eastern boundary. Why don't we grow around it and turn it into a nice botanical garden in the middle of a future Gulu City? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, David. Can we clap for this panel? I was reminded that this panel was not gender sensitive. I have taken note of that, and we'll make sure the other panel we will have good gender representation. We will move to the next panel and then head out for lunch. Friends, we have with us the Regional Head of Uganda Human Rights Commission, Madam Fiona Opoka. Thank you very much, Fiona, for coming. We have Council Kidi Walter Ladwa, who has been senior lawyer in this region. Thank you very much. And we have Kesiga Moses and Brian Chamwat from Alto Advocates, the real estate lawyers. Thank you very much, Alto Advocates, Brian and Moses for coming. So without any further ado, you will allow me to invite my good friend who will be chairing this next panel. And we will interest ourselves with conversations that matter. Some of the thoughts have been provoked, and this will carry on the discussions until at the end of the panel. But also this is being informed by the keynote address that was delivered by Joseph Enibo. I had introduced the RDC when he was out. RDC, Osmo Ocheng, we thank you for joining us. He's the whip of all the RDCs. We thank you for joining us today. So let me invite my friend Noah, who will come and take on the next panel. And they will be looking at from farm to market, financing, the value chain. The particular theme here is capital solutions for production, processing, storage, and export. Let's welcome him.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, we are privileged to be the last panel between you and your lunch. And so, yes, no one is going to be offended if we summarize. So, kindly welcome our first panelist, Mr. Jim Middleton. I will not go into details in terms of introduction. I'll give them just 30 seconds when they are here to introduce themselves by name and what they do, and then we'll go very quickly into the discussion. Welcome, Jim, to the stage. My next panelist is Mr. Peter. Round of applause for Peter as he comes, representing Uganda Investment Authority. Again, we'll have the opportunity to hear from him in summary what he does, and as well as what URA is doing. The next panelist is a very distinguished lady in the business space, Julian Omara from Delight. Welcome, Julian. The last panelist is a representative from Bukona, Abro. A round of applause. Our last panelist is a gentleman called Ojala P. Round of applause for Ojala. And then off we go. So, as promised, without taking a lot of your time, I will, starting from Ojala, I'll invite my panelists to introduce their names and their titles and the companies they are representing, and then the detail will come in the questions that will follow. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, moderator, and the organizers of this meeting. Call me Ojala Pibitek. I happen to be the Public Relations Officer for Kona Processors Limited. I'm here in the place of my director, Praveen Kekar. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. I'm Dr. Julian Adiri, a doctor in agriculture and rural transformation. I'm the CEO and founder of Delight Uganda Limited, a chairperson of Noya Growers Cooperative Society with 18,000 outgrowers. happy to be here and thank you to the organizers. You're welcome. Over to you, Jim.
Yeah, my name is Jim Middleton. I'm a farmer in the Noya district, and we're also a machinery distributor based in Gulu.
Thank you very much. My name is Peter Muramira. I'm a farmer also, but that's not what brings me here today. I'm the Director for Investment Promotion and Business Development. That's also not important. What is important is that I'm representing the one-stop center for investment and business development for the country. That is Uganda Investment Authority. Number one, we promote investment, we retain investment, but we also advocate for investors for what they need to do as far as ease of doing business is concerned. I'm very much pleased to be here. I have
do the production well, to do the processing well, to do the storage well, to do the export well.
Okay, I'm not involved in the whole value chain, but on the production side, financing is an issue, particularly for farmers if you don't have other business interests, if you're only trying to generate finance from within your farm and borrow money. We have some very good government-backed schemes in Uganda supporting farmers. I've benefited from the ACF loans, and now we have an interest-free loan to primary producers, which is farmers who have operational accounts, etc., can benefit from those, and it's a huge boost. The other thing we've benefited from, or I have in Noya, is we have good roads coming into the district now, the tarmac all the way to Kampala, and we have electricity. We've been connected to the grid for free. So a lot of the things that we need are in place in parts of Noya and Amuru, and hopefully will come to the other parts as roads develop, electricity distribution gets better.
Good one, thank you, Jim. Let me invite Julian in here because you're on the production segment of the value chain, but you're also on the processing and export segments of the value chain as well. What are the main capital and operational challenges that fruit producers or processors, as well as those in other value chains, are facing at the moment?
The challenges are many, but of recent I removed my eyes from the challenges. I look at the opportunities in the Acholi sub-region. I want to say thank you to God there is no land which is placed like Acholi sub-region. One, we have flat land, either for mechanized agriculture, land is available, and all fruits grow well. And the studies we are done from the benefit is that fruit growing in northern Uganda is just a walkover. Now, removing my eyes from the challenges have helped us to exist and do a recommendable job. One, establishing the 1,000-acre land of mangoes. The biggest challenge is now to carry those mangoes from the farm to the processing plant. We have one processing plant in Soroti. When you count, it can take 300 million to transport one season mango if you are taking it in Soroti or Kapeka. What is needed is to set our processing plant at the factory that is in Noya, so that we buy all the mangoes of the community, because we are 18,000 in number. So the challenge is infrastructure. We beg the government to do their job, give us power, and make the bridge. I'm so grateful to government is being finished, and fix those roads, the power. I trust if that is done, we have no challenge. We can help ourselves to set the factory and ensure that we bring in the cash flow to the country. So let us not look at challenges, but let us look at the opportunities we have in Acholi sub-region. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Julian. Next is to Mr. Ojana. What do you see as the financing models which work best for agro-processors, as well as rather agro-processors, whether they are small or medium or large? So you're free to give, for example, differences in the financing models for us to be able to appreciate.
Yeah. Thank you very much, moderator. Being an agro-processing company, what I've seen good for us, especially corn agro-processors being an example, we need to have a blended financing model and also a value chain financing model. Why blended? Blended financing model combines loans from that combines loans from banks, bank schemes, and for example, SCF agricultural credit facility, and also grant support. We have seen many times when we want to access, for example, loans from financial institutions, it becomes a little bit exorbitant on the side of the company as compared to a blended type. And value chain financing model is very important because this calls for contract farming. We have done it as corn agro-processors. We have come out with the tripartite agreements with local government, especially in Noya, district local government, in bringing on board the farmers and enrolling them into participating to produce for us raw materials to feed our company. We have seen that once we do that, financing institutions, banks, begin developing trust because they know for sure that there is a guarantee in acquiring raw materials from from the farmers. Many times you have seen, like for example, in Noya, farmers at one time didn't want even to give us raw materials. Why? Because there was that incident that at one time they overwhelmingly produced and the company was not able to buy. So the issue of raw materials being inadequate then was not the case. They had produced, but did we have the finances to do that? We did not have. Why? Because if we went to institutions for money, they wouldn't give us because there was no trust there. So it's very, very important that
you don't just go, you don't just choose a model in isolation. It has to be blended, and that creates the trust in those who give you the money.
Thank you. Yes, that brings us to Peter, very, very special panelist, because government takes responsibility for everybody. The other panelists here have room to point fingers and say policies are bad, we can't process, we can't produce, we can't export. So what are you currently doing as Uganda Investment Authority? Again, feel free to give highlights from other sister government entities that are really supporting the agribusiness cause to close the investment gaps. There is the production bit, there is the processing and export, but there is also financing. So take us through what you're really doing to help us address these gaps. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm very careful to what I say, because in the room, I did not know that I'll be speaking after our good commissioner, who is my supervisor. So I am choosing my words very carefully here. Having heard from the panelists, I concur. The current challenge that we're trying to address across the country, be it for the domestic investor or the foreign investor, is the issue of delay of access of services. The policy around investment in Uganda is very clear. It's around establishing and operationalizing the one-stop center. That is working. We ensure that we give you a service in under 24 hours. There is commitment on functional industrial parks and business parks, and the model that we are running there is the plug and play. We have a few that are already in operation. The agenda is to build another 25 in the years that will take us to the 500 billion mark that the Commission mentioned. We have a compendium of incentives that touch on agro-processing and investments, that touch on VAT deferment for facilities for those investors that qualify, and incentives for exporters, and investment located in the industrial parks and business parks that I've mentioned. And the area that we are looking at is to ensure that we catalyze. In most cars, there's especially the Audi, there is a part called the catalytic converter. The role is to ensure that it processes fumes very quickly, safeguards the environment as it pushes the car very quickly. Uganda Investment Authority is a catalyst to ensure that you don't delay. When you look to your left, guys, here, you'll see a fruit of lemon out in this window. That lemon is ready. It is ready for harvest, but there's a reason why it is delayed in that tree for that time. If you go down into understanding why, there is a reason why there is a delay in harvesting. So Uganda Investment Authority looks at the value chain from processing from production processing to the market. And anywhere where we can finance, anywhere where we can unlock investment, then we'll move very quickly. The areas of financing are very important that we talked about earlier on. I wanted to mention just a few that we have helped our domestic investor access just in this period of 2024-2025. We have accessed the Parish Development Model, funds, EMIOGA program, Small Business Recovery Fund, the Uganda Development Bank that Commissioner mentioned, the Uganda Agriculture Insurance Scheme, which again brings in an element of saving on premiums, and then large-scale commercial farmers financing scheme under the commercial banks that are supported under Bank of Uganda Credit Program. These are the models that we believe that we can help you to access money. The core is you don't have to see a very clear future. What Gulu did out of recovery is the intention to jump and become ready where they are. As an investor, then now you need to look also very keenly and see where your opportunity is, be it as a standalone. If it's a partnership, then identify any gaps in financing. As my colleague said earlier on, they were knocking in the wrong doors. Could it be that they did not do their homework properly? Do you have your business plans up to date? When I read most of the material that have been shared earlier on, I see they are probably older in the year 2022, 2023. How current is your information? And this is where I take the opportunity to thank NITFAM for doing a deep dive into Gulu and making sure that areas that are apparent are exposed. But don't look at just those that are valid, there are those that are hidden. And as an investor, as a businessman, go there, scratch, knock again. If things fail, my colleague will tell you that it doesn't always go quick as you want. It might delay a little bit, but go, persist, and then you'll be able to achieve your goal. On my part, and on behalf of Uganda Investment Authority, we are committed to ensuring that there is a quick turnaround time. Under the investment code, we are supposed to be doing what we call investment licensing in 48 hours. We are now doing 12 hours under the guidance of His Excellency the President. There are many other things. Thank you very much. If I had hands, I would clap them even louder, because what that means is exactly to unlock investment, to unlock business. And that is why we are here. We are here to consult, and more after this session I'm available to answer any question. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, another round of applause for the panelists for being concise. We know we have more we would like to share with you. We would like to open the discussion up for 2-3 burning questions. And then we should be able to close soon after that. So whoever is moving with the mic, thank you. Please, whoever has the most burning, you can take the mic. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. I have a question for Mr. Ojara. Whenever I drive on that road going to Anaka, the stench that comes out of that factory is terrible. What are you doing to protect the community around that factory? And then the second question goes to Peter in regarding that pollution. As UIA, don't you really have something that you really need to protect the community coming out of such factory? The second question is that Gulu has a logistics hub already built. But doesn't it concern you that we don't have an industrial park? Thank you.
Thank you. One more question? Perhaps to Julian and Jim. They are the farmers. We need to know how they are making it. They should give us some business secrets. Okay. We seem to be good with the submissions so far. So let Mr. Ojara answer first, then Peter will follow. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your concern. It's not only yours. This has been almost everywhere. I happen to be an Acholi myself. And when you talk of smell, we are referring to a foul smell. Now I would love to inform all of us that what we are doing as a company to avoid that is that the company apparently is on the verge of buying machines, the dryer to mention, that will enable the company turn what you see as a smell into money. We are about to turn what you see, the DTS into animal feeds
and then turn that into also fertilizers that will act as manure into people's gardens. What has been, why you still see this is just the question of money still. You know, initially, Bukona didn't have enough money, but I can promise you right now, we have demand for our product. We are in agreement with the government of Uganda through the Ministry of Energy. We are blending every petroleum that is entering the country. That is already a plus for us. And with that money, we are able to turn what you see as money into something profitable. We are also seeing that as a waste in terms of money. But in terms of health, let me assure you, NEMA has visited us oftentimes, and we are still within the threshold. It's not killing, and that is scientific. That is scientific. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ojara. Yes, it looks like you still have a few more questions for you. We are still around this afternoon, so feel free to get to ask. Just take note of the panelists who are here so that we can continue the discussion. I'll hand over the mic now to Peter to come in and address his question.
First of all, I want to protect my domestic investor. The quickest answer for him would have been, I will speak to you, it helped me. Because I will come in very quickly, bring in all the people that are needed, and we answer that problem. And indeed, I will be asking the team which is coming next week to Gulu to visit him, and then we'll understand the problem a little bit longer. But coming to the other question, can an industrial park happen in Gulu? I wanted to throw just a quick question to the audience. Who can tell me, who's a Gulu resident, what LEDIC means? LEDIC. No, don't be, not in the front line. I want you to, from the other tables. So in the interest of time, I'll help you. LEDIC is Local Economic Development and Investment Committees. Local Economic Development Investment Committees. That is your first go-to for investment decision. When that happens and it is working okay, and I want to recognize Gulu as the first to operationalize the LEDIC, because 2 years ago, we entered into an arrangement with the Ministry of Local Government, and the answer there was to identify comparatively where businesses can do better. Because the mode I mentioned earlier on is to become more competitive. The mode now is global competition. How do you become competitive? First, look into yourself. Where are your selling points? Even as an individual, as we are here, we have our individual selling points. I know mine. What is yours? So as Gulu, and identify yourselves into probably this and this industrial park. Then for us, we will come in and say, okay, LEDIC, is this your priority number one as far as your development plan is concerned? Because again, we cannot impose. So we are working very closely together under the consultation of local government, our parent ministry, Ministry of Local Government, Ministry of Finance, and also the National Planning Authority to ensure that we implement according to all those ordinances, and then we make sure that we are not in conflict with anybody. But we are committed after consultation. The feasibility plans for the area are in mature stages, but again, it will go up to the local scene to tell us, are you ready for an industrial park? And then we will do the rest. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you so much, Peter and Ojara, who have been the hotcakes for the question and answer session. Ladies and gentlemen, as promised, we'll bring our panel session to a close. Thank you for being a great audience, and a round of applause to my panelists. Thank you so much.
Could we clap for the moderator, Mr. Noah? Thank you very much for that. Now, some things are very scientific, but we'll leave it to scientists. That's barely scientific, and we will take it that way. We will be breaking off for lunch, and before that, in 3 minutes, let me invite Emmanuel from Nexus Green. Maurice. The name I was given here is Emmanuel. So Maurice from Nexus Green, please, in 2 minutes, you could make a statement, and then we will break off for lunch. Let's welcome him with a clap.
Thank you very much. All protocol observed. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'll make this short and sweet so that the lunch, the appetite doesn't disappear. We're one of the sponsors of this event, and one of the things for you investors, for the private sector and the public sector that you have to think about is energy. Nexus Green is a renewable energy company. We provide solar solutions, and one of the things that we wanted to announce at this conference, and to thank Knight Frank for giving us the opportunity, is to announce an opportunity for industrialists to be able to receive the electricity from solar at 6.5 cents for your industries. Because this is something we believe could be a particularly game changer. This is great time. We can discuss. I have my team here, Emmanuel just at the back with the table there, and Aisha. We can have a discussion about how we can enable your industry get electricity at 6.5 cents, at least during the day. We provide that particular saving for you because we believe that that's something that we can do. Of course, there are several conditions. We have the design, but we've simulated this and we believe that this can happen and we should be able to do that. Nexus Green is the largest solar company in the country, courtesy of the support that we receive from government in terms of solar irrigation. We do solar irrigation. We've just finished the first phase, done over 450 sites across the entire country, and we continue to do this to support farmers and also the private and private sector, public sector. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and bon appetit.
Thank you very much. And I've also been reliably informed that the prayer we heard for tea is still valid. So we will now use that same prayer as we go and have lunch. Please, let's just 30 minutes for the lunch, and we get back. We will have a panel that will be looking at financing and delivering projects in regional markets. And the theme is market realities in structuring banking projects. We will have Mr. Bashir from NCBA Bank. We will have Milton Mukulu from Uganda Bati. We will have Singh Otai from Coronation Developers Limited. And then we will have Ms. Ellen from Housing Finance Bank. So let's break off for lunch and we'll return here after 30 minutes. Thank you very much for your 2:30 will be back in the room for lunch. The lunch is in the same place where we had breakfast. Thank you.
Elizabeth, who is a project manager with a Coronation Developers, who are a major construction and development and property owner in the Ugandan market. Please, a really warm round of applause for these really big heavy hitters. Today, we're going to be discussing the opportunities, and as we've heard this morning, raising of capital is always a problem. Our esteemed bankers here believe that they enable development. Sometimes, as property managers and developers, we believe they disable. I think it's a lot to do with stigmatization and not understanding, and today we're going to try and unpack some of that understanding. I'm sitting relatively far away from you so that I can block the punches. All right, without much further ado, let's get into it. Okay. Bashir, we've heard a lot of discussion this morning regarding bankable and bankability. Would you be so kind as for laymen and uneducated people like myself to please explain what does this buzzword mean? Bankability of developments and projects, etc.
Well, thank you, Mark. Good afternoon, everyone. With all protocol observed, once again, I'm Bashir Chiza, and I head business banking at NCBA Bank. Straight to your question, Mark, a bankable project. In a layman's language, it is a venture that is attractive, profitable, and safe for the bank, for the lender, and for the investor. So it bears those three pillars. It has to be attractive, that is one. It has to be safe and profitable for both the lender and also the investor. It can never be one-sided. It has to make sense to the investor himself as well as the lender. Thank you.
Thank you, Bashir. Helen, why do property investments remain an important asset class to invest in from the financial institution's point of view?
Good afternoon, partners. Helen here from Housing Finance Bank. I head the Mortgage and Consumer Banking Department. And when you ask about property financing, it's very passionate to us as a bank because that is our core and our mandate. When you come to property financing, there are different benefits. And if you look at the previous speakers and whatever they were speaking about in terms of opportunities in the Gulu area, most of them were raising property financing needs. It's very important because it outperforms inflation in the sense that whenever you buy property and you maintain it well, you can only sell it higher. Meaning it's a good investment option for investors. Additionally, there's opportunity for earning rental cash flow for investors. We talked of the secondary cities that need facilities like hotels. I was seated at a table where we were engaging, and one of the partners mentioned that if you're to do a conference in Gulu with 1,000 guests, you may fail to get a venue. So in financing such opportunities, we are able to create, cash flow for investors. And you as investors, there are different levels of participation. You can participate as a developer, and as a bank, at Housing Finance Bank, we do developer financing to facilitate the different players to create stock. We believe that in financing developers, we'll have more rental units. We'll also finance infrastructure to have more properties across and out of the city. So that is very core to us. Additionally, real estate is one of the investment vehicles that creates employment. You can imagine the people who work in this establishment and the impact that it has on the livelihoods. So as a bank, it's very important for us, and it's our core mandate to be able to support you to finance your different real estate journeys. There are people whose dreams is to have, multi-rental units that earn cash flow for retirement. And we only know that rent always goes higher. So by investing and financing such developments, we are able to develop the community, support you to get stable cash flows, and we have our tables down and over the corner to speak to you about that. Thank you.
Thank you kindly. Elizabeth, as a representative of a major investor in Uganda, can I ask you the same question, but now we've heard from the financial institution side, but now from the developer, construction company, property owner, why is it so important for yourselves to invest in property?
Thank you very much. My name is Elizabeth Kamsinde, and I am representing Coronation's office. I work as a project manager, and I am excited to be a part of this summit. Well, from a developer's perspective, a property can only remain relevant as long as it has a real contribution to the economic activity. So in regions, in regional markets and in secondary cities, like Bulu has been stated, and where we have population growth, you see there's a need for housing, there's a need for accommodation in order to generate income. So a property should be able to remain relevant as long as it can bring in a return. For a rapid growing economy, we know that businesses require economic spaces, and if they require economic spaces, they're going to be able to take up some of the places which are developed, and in turn bring in income which will contribute to the economic growth of the region and the country at large. We have agriculture, so while we have all these in play, we have to have value addition in the markets, and we'll need storage facilities in the form of warehouses and silo storages, which in turn help the farmers to boost their confidence in storage and storing for the future, and also generating income from their produce. So for a long term, as a developer, this property fosters economic growth and also provides employment and urban development and infrastructure.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Bashir, I'm going to come back to you now. There is this perception within the Ugandan market that banks prefer to finance ultra-high net worth individuals based on their balance sheet and not necessarily bankable projects. What needs to change? Is it data visibility, business standards, partnerships, or governance, which will unlock opportunity investment for entrepreneurs and create more affordable and scalable finance?
Thank you for your question. In my view, and in a broad view, the partnerships. Well, Knight Frank organized this conference, and we see it bringing together the government, the community, the investors, and the lenders. the various engagements that are taking place are actually beneficial and equally supporting value chain financing on that front. The work is cut out for the bankers, for the lenders. Knight Frank has delivered a standard report, a market report that we can rely on as bankers or lenders to actually make informed decisions. The kind of networking that is taking place involves government mixing with the investors and the bankers. So it's all cut out for us. All we need to do is to bridge the gap, to deploy the capital. Looking at, after analyzing a bankable project and confirming that a project is indeed bankable, the bank will definitely deploy the capital. That same capital will get down to the community, and the benefits will be visible, be it infrastructure, be it job creation, housing, or other benefits. So it is key that we rely on the available data, since in the past that has been so scanty, if I may put it like that. Right now we have an opportunity as organizations that can collect the data for us to understand and make informed decisions or qualify projects as being bankable or non-bankable. The other aspect I would speak to the business structures. The mayor gave a classic presentation, and just to quote him, there is immense administrative support from the government end in terms of streamlining the businesses, in terms of getting properly registered businesses, noting that the bank or the lender mostly rides on data, available data, and data that can be quantified or verified. Thank you.
Thanks, Precious. So basically, in a nutshell, what you're saying is if a developer wants to access finance, they need to go to Knight Frank to do a financial viability and an end-user viability to show the bank that it's a bankable transaction. Don't answer. You heard it. Elizabeth, as a construction company and a developer in the regional market, how easy do you find it to actually finalize developments and constructions in the regional market of Uganda?
Thank you very much. In my observation, the challenge is not only starting the project, but coordinating all the moving parts of the project. We're privileged today to have Knight Frank give us a brief about the region and what we need to look out for in terms of a feasibility study. But if you needed to actually develop or are interested in a particular scope of development, you need to actually get deep and study, identify the opportunities and the challenges that you can actually navigate. You also need to understand the regulations and the laws of the land and also the approval processes to have some of these developments in place. For example, we have authorities like NEMA, we have ERB, and we have the Architects Registration Board. For example, if you have to carry out an environmental impact assessment plan or impact assessment to understand how your project affects the community so that the end results are not scientific and unexplainable. You also have to understand the supply chain and also the procurement. In this case, if you're going to develop in an area, you have to understand where to source the material, where to source the manpower, what material is available, locally available within the region, what material is available outside the region but within the country, and what material is unavailable within the country but can be sourced outside, but also considering the turnarounds and delivery timelines you have for the project you're intending to carry on. For a project to be successful, it has to have a good stakeholder alignment and engagement. All the stakeholders have to be made aware of the project and how they will benefit from it in the end. I've also observed that for a project to be really successful, it should have a good, strong project management plan. Under this strong management plan, it details the risk management, it also has a risk management plan that details that at every stage of your property development, there are risks involved and how you need to mitigate all those risks. And also the capital costs. The bankers next to me have explained that there are high capital costs with high interest rates, but as developers we also need to venture into some of these other partnerships and also joint ventures to be able to share the risks here and there, where we have people coming together who has land and who has the equipment and who has the finances, so that you can be able to deliver the projects timely without having constraints or halting some of these activities.
Thank you. So what I'm hearing from both parties is that to move forward with financing the development, etc., there has to, and that partnership, there has to be an understanding between both the bank and the developer and a researched, understood, well-formulated document or information flow that shows that it is a profitable venture with good off-takers, and that will remove the stigmatism of the developer being a small school child walking into the principal's office. Am I correct? Thank you. Okay, Helen, beyond traditional debt, there are some other financing models available. Does Housing Finance Bank look into supply chain financing, embedded finance, revenue-based finance, leasing finance? Is it something that the bank looks at? And then the same question to NCBA afterwards, or is it not on the agenda at the moment?
Thank you, Mark. When you look at supply chain financing, it is financing that is based on, it's data-driven, meaning that it requires high levels of technological adoption. We also have revenue-based financing that also looks at the levels of revenue. The higher the revenue, the more the financing, which equally requires digital adoption. So the bank has different kinds of financing, and in response to that, we have partnered with several fintechs to support our customers in terms of financing. And specific to real estate, we have partnered with fintechs like Sasula. Sasula is a collection platform that supports landlords in rental collections digitally. We also have agent float financing, where we finance the different agents to support on the fintech adoption and uptake. But on the real estate side, we have different models of financing. For example, we have rent to own, where we support finance off-takers to be able to acquire homes, and the rental goes to the developer to reduce the facility. Then we also have developer financing, where we finance the different developers to build properties, to create stock. Then we also have build to sell, where different developers build properties to sell and make some money. We have build to rent and different kinds of models. So at housing finance, structuring financing for housing is our strength. So we look at the customer and model different scenarios of financing. So there's a lot that we can do, which is based on a case by case, depending on the circumstances of the customer. Thank you.
Thank you. Bashir?
Thank you. On our side, we have moved from the traditional lending, I'll put it like that. We've moved from the traditional lending, where you get to the bank, apply for a term loan or an overdraft, and then you walk away with the money. We do structured financing depending on the complexity of the project and what the project requires. So we get in there, if it is a road construction project, our main interest would be in helping the process from the anchor, the main contractor, to the subcontractors or to the suppliers that deliver materials. That way, we move hand in hand with the value chain financing. And we have developed quite a number of exciting products. Some come on the unsecured front, and others are majorly secured. Let's talk about just an example, certificate discounting, where you're sure that the contractor has delivered a certificate and he needs to unlock some money to settle the other expenses. That way, we qualify the employer, we verify the certificate, whether it's from government or a multinational or any other party. After that independent verification, we go ahead and request for a letter of undertaking. If the employer is so willing to give you a letter of undertaking to confirm that the money that is due to the certificate will be paid through your designated account, then we proceed on an unsecured front and release the funds. Our main interest is understanding the business end to end and financing the whole chain, from the employer to the guy that delivers cement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, just to sum up, I think the aspect of the little boy going into principal's office, we're hearing today a different version of it. And I think as whether we're in agriculture, whether we're in development, whether we're in construction, etc., banks are willing to finance us, but they are also a business. They need to show a return for the capital that they've been deployed with, and for the two parties to come together. Effectively, what we're looking for is both parties need to understand that there needs to be financial discipline, there needs to be reporting governance, operational visibility of the business, and obviously the way things are moving, it needs to be technologically driven to be able to become truly bankable and investment ready. For those landowners out there, it is very important. Opportunities exist and banks are there ready to finance. In closing, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to put you on the spot. I'm going to ask you a question and I would like a one-word answer. Life is never easy. Which do you prefer financing, or which do you prefer investing and developing from the developer's point of view? Industrial, residential, hospitality, or retail?
From a developer's point of view, we would prefer industrial. Yeah, in terms of warehousing developments, and also looking at land infrastructure like roads and other EPC or turnkey projects.
Bankers, which do you prefer financing? And you can't give me this, we like everything as long as it's bankable. Which is the preference?
The bankable project.
I knew that was coming. And you individually leave the bank and leave NCDA?
Personally, industrial.
Industrial?
Yeah.
In the housing finance bank space, I would consider residential and commercial.
You've heard it. You now see personally what they're willing to finance. Go out and build it and go to them and get finance. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause. We managed to work back a little bit of time because I know we're under pressure this afternoon. If there are any questions for the panel, if we can make it quick, please. No questions. Thank you very much. You've answered all those questions. Another round of applause for them, please.
Can we give another round of applause to Mark for managing that conversation very well. Friends, you will allow me to recognize Michael Ofonya. Michael Ofonya is the Supply Chain Director there in Uganda, and also the founder of Superdin Hardware. Michael, thank you very much for joining us. We will move to then move to the platinum keynote that will be delivered by NCBA Bank. So you will allow me to invite Madame Jody, who will invite NCBA Bank to deliver the platinum keynote.
Thank you very much, Bernard. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my singular honor and pleasure to invite Mr. Martin Mwanje, the Head of Strategy and Sustainability at NCBA Bank, to come and give us his address. And once again, I'd like to say a very, very big thank you to you, Mr. Mwanje and the NCBA team, Bashir, for all your help, all your support, and for catching the vision, like I said, right from the start, and standing with us to get this series of conferences through. And it's not just for Gulu, we're partnering with them from Barara as well as Hoima this year. So a big round of applause, please, as a
as they bring up the presentation, it's a delight. First, because we are at the point where we only have 2 sessions to go until we reach the cocktail. So there is a cocktail in the evening, and there are only 2 panel sessions remaining. Now, that puts me under immense pressure, because I must say I am conflicted. When I looked at the program, it's the thing I was looking forward to. But also, I am delighted that as NCBA, we associate ourselves with building what you would call intangible public assets. When we talk about public assets, we always talk about infrastructure, roads, rail, and we'll see many of those strategic national priorities in my delivery. But we don't take time to value the intangible assets. They say that if you want to hide something from an African, write it down. Ladies and gentlemen, for us, we are going to read this report, and I think we can give ourselves and give Knight Frank a round of applause for putting together a very, very, very succinct report that has data. It's not waffling to just say nice things without necessarily saying anything and offending anyone. It lays bare what we need to do, where the opportunities are. So thank you. Some of you may say NCBA, and you may say, who is she? But I can tell you that as far back as 2016, you have had an account with NCBA, but you just didn't know it. So let's get into the presentation. I think that got your attention. Huh? So this is just an overview of the group. So we operate in a number of countries. In East Africa, we operate with a physical presence. And so that is in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and Rwanda. We also do operate in parts of West Africa. But there we operate with a non-presence, meaning that we do it through partnerships. NCBA has a partnership with MTN. Yeah, are we getting warmer? It has a partnership with MTN where we do lend out through more cash. So you see that product that you borrow from your phone, that's actually NCBA. And today, if you went and looked at your credit report, it will not say MTN. It will say NCBA. And you'll say, but I've never taken a loan from NCBA. Yes, you have. And you probably have been doing so for the last 10 years. But you just didn't know it. Okay, those who haven't clapped are probably not paying, yeah? Don't put your hand up, it's okay. And I haven't come to collect. Today, it's about real estate, and we shall keep it at real estate. So, we do have a number of branches across the region. You will notice that we're not big on footprint, but we leverage technology. If you understand the concept of banking, banking is about leverage. And leverage is about if you have a project or if you have capital and it's enough to do, let's say, 30% of a project, you go to a bank, they give you the 70%, you do 100% of the project, and you just pay a small fee on the profits that you would have generated. So ultimately what you get is a magnified return because you have leveraged your capital. So as NCBA, we also leverage technology. And that's why we may not have branches all over the country, but you can see we have reached you where you are. Yeah? So that's to say that even today, have the conversation. We have the booth at the back. Have the conversation with us. Don't let the branch be an impediment. All right? So we do have a number of banking and non-banking subsidiaries. NCBA has the bank itself, but there is also NCBA Asset Finance. We have NCBA Investment Bank. We also do have NCBA Insurance and Bank Assurance. And then we also have a suite of digital businesses that we do operate across the region. NCBA has taken a journey in this region, and we are a bank that leverages partnerships as well. Now, one of the things that our colleagues in Kenya have been able to successfully achieve is very, very vibrant capital markets. And you'll see that even from the journey of NCBA, we started with 2 entities. And these 2 entities, one is NIC Bank, that started in 1959, and another is CBA Bank, so Commercial Bank of Africa. Yeah? Now, NCBA is not an acronym, so it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean National Commercial Bank of Africa or something like that. NCBA is just a merger between NIC Bank and CBA Bank. That's simply what it is. But all through the journey, there have been transactions. So when you look on the NIC side, started by, there's a point where we acquired Barclays Asset Finance, and that's where the strong capability of asset finance for NCBA comes from. Today, when you walk down, you probably find a billboard of asset finance NCBA. That's where that capability comes from. We have deep roots in asset finance, and we're able to structure many solutions that many players may not be able to do so. Now, on the CBA side, there is a point where the bank was owned by Bank of America. So at that point, it used to be called Bank of America. It operated in Kenya. The 80s instability, so they exit, and that's how the local investors took over CBA. But then, in 2012, NIC opened shop in Uganda. If you remember our Renzori Towers office. And then on the CBA side, in 2014, CBA also opened premises. That's where we currently are, at Twed Towers. And then in 2019, those 2 banks came together to form NCBA Bank. So that is who we are in terms of a journey. We continue to acquire other entities. So most recently, there was the acquisition of AIG. As you know, AIG Insurance exited the market. So NCBA acquired the AIG business in East Africa. And then the most recent one is the acquisition that we've had by Nedbank. So what that does for us is that it gives us much broader scale in terms of capital that we can deploy to you. The acquisition of Nedbank's acquisition of NCBA is not a sellout. 80% of the consideration of that transaction is going to be paid in Nedbank shares. So the shareholders are not selling out their business. They're just recognizing that you need to partner if you want scale and to do much bigger things. So that's just the journey of who we are. So we are a financial services group with that track record. Our business is divided into 4 broad categories. So we have the corporate business, we have the retail business, where we talk about SME, where we talk about personal banking. We do have a global markets business. So today, we do have deep reach and capability through our global markets offices, but also through our investment banking capabilities. And then I mentioned the digital business that we do have. Why is this important? Because you do not try and fit people in boxes. You tailor yourself according to how the market needs you to operate. Today we operate a sector-led approach. What do I mean by a sector-led approach? That means that we do not, when we are structuring for real estate, we shall treat you and act with the nuances that do come with your sector. So today, real estate is one of the sectors that attracts the largest amount of credit. Today, if you won, for example, a bid for a road contract, we're talking hundreds of billions of shillings. Now, even for a bank of our size, we do have to do what you call syndication of that transaction. Because when you take, God forbid if something happens to that business, and you're not paid in time, all that risk, all that capital going down the drain with one player is difficult. So you need to syndicate those transactions, and so we're able to do, and what that helps us to do is that even if your transaction is 500 billion shillings, 800 billion, we're still able to do it because we bring the capabilities of the group on the table. I think that deserves a round of applause. And so, even as we structure these solutions, there are many questions that come up. I know we have always been criticized that we always want more security, we want more collateral, more collateral, so that when something happens, we have a fallback. But today, we do give unsecured facilities, even in the corporate space. We do transactions, 40, 50 billion, 100, unsecured. And I'll tell you what makes those transactions work, because some of those gaps are very prevalent in our market. But when you go to other markets that have become developed, and that's why we associate ourselves with conferences like this, because it's the thought leadership that counts. These knowledge gaps are costing us a lot. The question that you have to ask yourself is that if you look at these strategic national priorities, and I like the submission of Commissioner Joseph, really in unlocking what we call, he called it the trade corridors. I hope I didn't butcher it, right? Yeah, the trade corridors. The economy operates like a value chain. So I've just pulled out these 13 core projects of the Vision 2040, Uganda Vision 2040. You will see that most of these still boil down to infrastructure. So even when you talk about oil and gas, there is still real estate and infrastructure associated with that. Even when you talk about the standard gauge, even when you talk about roads, ICT, power, airports, irrigation, my colleague from Nexus Green talked about the good work they're doing. I really love their model. I hope you explore it. But that's a story for another day, and I think they need to pay me for this advert. Yeah, so all of these have one thing in common. It's all real estate, it's all infrastructure. And so having conversations on real estate is not just a real estate conversation, it is a national conversation. Because real estate has linkages to every sector. You might not say that with education, for example, but I mean, you can still make a qualitative argument that you still need to train people. But if you talk about a direct link, real estate has the most linkages of any sector that we have, real estate and construction. So it is important that when we are talking about us as developers, yeah, because it's not you, it is us, because at NCBA today, yeah, thank you, ma'am. Today, real estate is the largest single sector that we lend to as NCBA. As a group, real estate is the #1 sector. So now you understand why this is worthwhile for us, all right? What does it take to unlock and make your project bankable? And you may ask, well, what does sustainability have to do with anything? Now, there's a common misconception about sustainability, and it's because of the buzz that's happening with climate change, right? But when you talk about sustainability, remember it is ESG, environmental, social, and governance, all right? But because environment is a buzz right now, we're all thinking climate change. So when we talk about sustainability, equals climate change. Emissions, reduce your emissions, and all of that. And I mean, we need to do that. Even as NCBA, that's our sustainability strategy. So it is based on 5 pillars. 5 pillars. So the first is minimizing our direct impact to climate. We ignite our customers' transition from high to low carbon operating models. Why is this important? Today, if you're going to deal with a Western financier, even just the local development financiers here, today they are going to start asking about your emissions. We are SMEs. There are standards that have come out, IFRS S1 and S2. By 2028, we need to comply. We need to start reporting on these emissions. What's your impact on the climate? Don't worry, NCBA, this is our bread and butter. We can give you all the training that you need to be ready for that. But also on the other side, what does ESG have to do? That's the question I asked with this. It's about the governance aspects. Today, our businesses have very high key man risk. And by key man risk, I mean, God forbid something happened to you and maybe you are hospitalized for a month or 2. Will that business run? Will that tender process continue? Will you be able to meet your obligations? Will you be able to pay your workers? Because some of these things, because of the way we operate, are the intangibles that make our projects unbankable. So, very good cash flows in the business, very strong collateral, high quality, on the high street, right downtown in the city, but the key man risk is high. It's a one-man show. So do you have a board in your business? And I don't mean the board of you and your wife and your and your son who doesn't know that he has shares in the business. Because they told you you need 3. I don't mean that. I mean, do you truly value governance? Yeah? Because I talked about intangible assets. These are things that it costs a lot. Ask Judy, it costs a lot to put this thing together. But those are the intangibles that make something work. So think about the governance. Invite non-executives, people who are there to hold you accountable. Have an audit committee. And don't employ your cousin to be the chairman of the board audit committee. At least bring in a CPA or somebody. Pay a little money. But that goes a long way when you come to the bank. We are talking a 50 billion shilling transaction. Okay. For argument's sake. It can't just be you. So let's mind our governance. When we're doing credit analysis, we look at many things. We look at character, we look at capacity, we look at collateral, we look at the conditions, we look at capital. But top of those ones is character. And I don't mean if you have a nice smile, because I tend to have a nice smile. So. I'm meaning the character of your business as an extension of you that feeds into your governance. When you sign conditions, do you read them? They say you must make X amount of bankings. You never read the offer letters. You needed the money, you didn't read. And now you're saying, can you reduce my rate? And they're telling you, no, but you didn't meet the covenants. And so we're talking character. Some of these things, we need to take them serious if our projects are going to be bankable, right? And so we need to mind our governance. I I'll just end on a light note. There are things which are a buzz right now, and we always ask ourselves, why is the government putting so much money in women? Everything women, this, there's Grow Fund, there's this, there's Woman MP, why are they emancipating women? But even as we develop, development has to be balanced. Even as you're constituting that board, remember women. Even as you're employing, what percentage of your workforce is female? These may seem small, but these are the intangibles. Today, if you are looking at a serious DFI, you're looking to attract an investor in your business, these are the things that will give you leverage. Today, you can get a better rate just because of the composition of your board and because of the number of women you employ. But lastly, I want to emphasize partnership. When you look at these strategic national priorities, I can tell you there is no one bank that can satisfy all of these. Not a single one. Even globally, not a single one will satisfy all of these. So are we uncomfortable that other players are here? Certainly not. Because we have made a commitment as part of the tenfold growth strategy in the Bankers Association that we are going to grow public and private sector credit tenfold from 49 trillion to 490 trillion. That's a commitment that we made to the governor. And we said, as a financial services sector, that is our contribution to the tenfold growth strategy. So are we uncomfortable to sit in the same room with other players? Certainly not. And so I will ask you the same question. Why do you want to own 100% of your business? So that, because it's simple. Do you want to own 100% of 100 or 50% of 1,000? Yeah? It required a bit of math there. But I think you get the point. I was going to say, but I think I should say, as Africans, we are very stingy. We don't want to release the business, a business kange. You don't want to bring in the board, you don't want to listen. They talk about capital markets, they talk about, and then we come back and say, interest rates. But let's be pragmatic. Think generationally. We have not yet seen a business, a purely local business. There are very few, there are a handful that have outlasted 2 generations. We are yet to see that. And as bankers, those are the things that we worry about the most. Because the sad part is that most of us will get into our most wealthy part at the tail end of our lives. And at that point, that's when the key man risk is highest. So when the banker keeps asking you all these questions and what do you think about your business? And some of them we're trying to be as polite as possible. You can't ask someone, what's in your will when you die? You can't do that. But we try to be as polite and we dance around the question. But that's the issue, governance. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I will leave you with that submission. To make our projects bankable, let us look at the intangibles. Capital, you will always get. There are so many banks. Uganda, globally, money is there. Mind the governance. Mind the intangibles. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mwanje, Martin, Head Strategy and Sustainability at NCBA Bank. We will move to our next panel, and this panel will look at what does it take to get a project across the line. The theme is from visibility to financial close in regional markets. This panel will be moderated by Ms. Judy Rugasira, who is the Managing Director at Knight Frank. So let me invite Judy to come and have this conversation. Let's clap for her.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and without further ado, I'll invite my panelists, Ms. Barbara Mujenyi, Director with Tenure and Townsend, Mr. Simon Peter, Regional Manager for Northern Uganda Standing Bank, and Mr. Suraj Pathak from Fabrication Systems. The next panel discussion is on what it takes to get a project across the line. And the theme of this topic is from feasibility to financial close in regional markets, following on quite, segueing on well from the last panel that Mark was moderating. So panelists, we spent a lot of time talking about opportunities in secondary cities. We've talked about Mbarara, Hoima, Ulu, the growth potential and the investment story. But the truth is opportunity alone does not build cities, as I've alluded to in many of my articles that I've written and also in many of the conversations that have been had. So between concept and development lies the feasibility. Engineering, financing, procurement, risk management and construction. So an open question to all three of you. I would like to hear what you think. But what actually does it take to get a project across the line in regional markets? And why do some projects get financed and built while others remain beautiful ideas? Anyone can start.
First of all, thanks a lot. Good afternoon, everyone. Hello. Yeah, now it's audible. Sorry for that. So, first of all, I would like to introduce myself in a short brief, as well as my organization that I'm going to represent to. So, myself, Suraj Kumar Pathak from Fabrication Systems, Uganda Limited. I'm employed in fabrication as a project coordinator who helps clients to get the easiest solution of fabrication and construction works for their business and projects. It's a pleasure to introduce fabrication and share how we are helping industries build stronger, smarter and more reliable solutions through precision fabrication. In today's world, quality is no longer optional. It is the foundation of every successful project, whether it is construction, manufacturing, energy, infrastructure, agriculture, etc. The demand for durable and accurate fabrication has never been greater. So at Fabrication System Uganda Limited, we believe fabrication is more than construction, cutting and welding metal. It is about engineering trust, delivering precision and creating products that stand the test of time. So now let me come to the point that Madam Judy asked the question about. So getting a project across the line usually means moving it from idea or partially progress to completed, adopt and delivering results. The project that make it tend to have a few things in common. Clear outcome. Everyone understands what done look like. Success is measurable. Launch date, revenue target, user adoption, cost reduction, etc. strong ownership, one person is accountable for driven momentum. Decision don't shall because responsibility is unclear. Teams focus on the critical path instead of polishing low impact details. Scope is controlled to avoid endless expansion. Stakeholder alignment, sponsors, users, technical teams, and leadership stay informed and committed. Risk and trade-offs are discussed early instead of hidden. Execution, rhythm, regular checkpoints, deadlines, and visible progress. Problems are surfaced quickly and solved quickly. Resource realism, adequate time, budget skills, and tools. Plans account for constraints instead of assuming ideal conditions. Adaptability, successful projects adjust when assumptions change. So, that is all.
Thank you. Thank you. Barbara, I'll ask you the next question.
Okay.
I guess he has really covered the first one extensively. When does a project become real? And at what point does it stop being a dream and become an actual investable project?
Okay. Thank you, Judy, and thank you for organizing this conference. Before I speak to what are we doing, a project becomes real when
Would you like to tell us what Tenure Townsend does first?
Yes, that's right. So Tenure Townsend is a construction consulting company, and we specialize in project management and cost management of infrastructure and real estate projects. I've been privileged to have over almost 2 decades in the construction industry with experience working in Uganda as well as Rwanda. A project is considered viable at the start, and while we would like to run in and execute projects, we don't take enough time to plan, to properly document the why and the what of that project. NITFAM does that very well. They prepare detailed feasibility studies, but we do not answer those questions. And because we do not plan, we invest emotionally. We're talking about boards that are made up of father, son, and mother. But that is also how we're investing. Some of these projects, we over-personalize and people want to do it themselves. We have the right professionals. We have, you can never deliver a project without the whole suite of professionals. So you need to get them in early, start planning, and look at all these challenges that we can get over and make sure that we are developing a feasible project, not driven by emotional investment.
Thank you, Barbara. So, what are the bigger mistakes or the biggest mistakes that developers make at the feasibility stage?
At the feasibility stage, I think that not being able to decide on whether to go ahead or to stop. That decision, sometimes developers just continue and say, we've decided to go ahead with the project, let's go ahead. But they've not answered the question of why. Is it the right site? Are you supposed to develop a residential or a retail property in that space? Do you have the market? Have you looked at the long-term requirement? Because that informs, what type of hotel or residential property you're going to set up. So that is the biggest mistake we don't do. Yes, we'll have challenges with land, we'll have challenges with approval, but because we do not plan the initial stage well in the beginning, then we don't get it right. As they say, if you're planning to cut a tree, if you have 6 hours, use the photo, plan how to, and sharpen your spade, your axe, and then use the tool to execute. So I think that planning stage is where we are not allocating enough time.
And what are the non-negotiables when you're putting up, for example, a mixed-use project? What are the non-negotiables, the must-dos?
The non-negotiables is the suitability of the land, the technical viability. Is the land suitable? Have you undertaken the required studies? Then it is the scope. Are we going for, how many square meters are we going for?
not being driven by the emotion that, oh, I've always wanted to have a waterfall. My project must have a waterfall. There's no return on that waterfall. It might even be the cause of where all your problems will come from, you know. But, you know, being driven by the investment decision, we like implementing projects as if we're doing it ourselves. And so we don't hire the right professionals. Everyone wants to be their own architect, their own engineer, their own feasibility planner. We need to get the professionals in the room early on and start working with them.
Thank you very much. Moving on to Simon Peter. So what actually gets financed? Which projects get financed? Yeah.
Thank you so much. First and foremost, allow me to thank Knight Frank for the partnership, for getting us all in this room to discuss matters that are very important. For us, this resonates very well with our purpose, that Uganda is our home and we drive our growth. And for us, real estate is not just about buildings, it's about enabling communities, creating jobs, and improving livelihoods of our different communities. When we talk about what actually gets financed, as a bank, we practically would finance anything, but it's based on about three principles. Number one is the need. Is the need there in the market? Number two is the purpose for which you seek financing. And number three is that what are the risks? And if there are risks, are they manageable? Can we mitigate those risks? So those are very fundamental questions deciding what can actually be financed. But that said, there are also other factors that we do consider. We have solutions that span across the different areas in which investors would be interested in. For example, I will give you, just to mention very few, commercial property loans. We have commercial property loans that we give to those who would like to build arcades, shopping malls. Those are also there with the bank. We have quick equity release if you like some extra money, but you already have a property. That solution is also there at the bank. We have home improvement, land ownership, vehicle and asset financing, agricultural financing, trade finance for importers and exporters. Those solutions are readily available at the bank. But also it's critical for us, and I think my colleague from NCBA Bank just mentioned about it just a few minutes ago when he was here, that as you come to get financing from the bank, there are also important factors that we consider as a bank in assessing your facility. You already talked about character being a very important aspect in consideration when we are looking at giving you finance. And I know for sure that most of the time, I know many of you have experienced this, when you like to send money to somebody, you've known people who say, don't send to this number, please send to the other one. So that speaks to your character, okay? So we need to be very careful as well that we manage our character when we are coming for our financing. I know people who have very good businesses, but when you look at their characters, it really speaks differently from their business. Collateral, we want to look at the strength of the collateral that you are presenting to the bank. We don't only lend to collateral, we lend to the business. But collateral itself is very important. It gives us insights, and it gives us comfort that we can actually advance to new financing. Capital conditions, market insights, what's the condition right now in the market? Are there demands for the services that you are seeking from the bank, and even the capacity to pay? So for us, in the context of what gets financed, that's briefly what I can say. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. Where are the decisions made? Do they have to go to Kampala for the decisions to be made? I want to understand what the turnaround time is from when I come to apply for the loan to when I get the loan, because if all the decisions are made in Kampala by people who don't understand the local context of Gulu, then I might not have as much buy-in or positivity than somebody who is, for example, developing a project in Kampala. So what is the turnaround time if I walked into your office today?
For us, we believe in what we call one bank. And that means that we are able to solution for all our clients at any touch point that we have. So if you are in Gulu, we should be able to serve you from Gulu without you necessarily going to Kampala. All your financing needs will be solved from our branch. Definitely at the back end, there are processes that we follow, but all these processes are actually tailored in such a way that we are able to serve you conveniently, as fast as possible, and be able to get you ahead of your target. Thank you.
So do you think that secondary city projects are disadvantaged when it comes to financing compared to projects in Kampala, generally?
No. Generally, I don't think. The needs are different, and thanks to the research that you were able to roll out today, it speaks to the needs that are in our market. Different markets have different needs. You talked about housing, affordable housing. You talked about needs for warehousing. These are needs that are local to this market. So understanding these needs enables us to be able to solve for the market within that space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Simon. Coming back to you, Suraj, I wanted us to talk about the engineering aspect of things, the engineering reality check, so to speak. What are the engineering and infrastructure realities that developers consistently underestimate in emerging cities like Gulu?
So, developers often underestimate that in regional cities, that building itself is only part of the project. The real challenge is whether the surrounding system can support the assets reliable and affordable over time. Many projects are designed as if infrastructure already exists at metropolitan standards, when in reality the developer may need to create a stabilized large portion of the independently. The technical realities developer consistently underestimate. Power reliability and load capacity. Site may technically have electricity nearby, but that does not mean sufficient load is available, voltage is stable, three-phase supply exists, or further expansion can be supported. Developers often underestimate transformer upgrades, backup generations, fuel storage, power conditioning, solar integration. In practice, unreliable power can destroy tenant satisfaction, industrial operations, cold storage, hospitals, hotels, and digital infrastructure. That hidden operational costs become enormous.
So, for all the projects that we've implemented, in addition to the power, we always have to upgrade the power, or add transformer, or even build a whole new line. We have challenges with water reliability. The water is not reliable. I know we have national water, but even then, some of the projects that we've set up, it's not adequate. The waste treatment, we had a complaint for one of the factories, but waste is the biggest problem. Unfortunately, this cost also falls on the developer. Ideally, it should be the municipalities and government, but that cost is also absorbed. That's why sometimes you look at some of the projects we implement, and the costs are much higher because the developer has to do all those things. You need to build your own access road to get into your project. So that's some of the hindrances that we face in secondary and also even the main cities.
Okay, thank you. And where, at which point exactly for our audience, where does the engineering side of things come in, and where is it most critical in the whole phase, development phase?
It's at the start.
Right.
It's at the start because your engineering will inform, the site that you get. Where are you going to where is it? Can it hold your site? Do you have the site boundaries done right? Do you have the investigations? That is the soil test and the geotechnicals done. So it has to start at the start. When you're identifying the site, you have to do the engineering. Interestingly, some of the clients we are now working with, they get in and assess 1 or 2, 3 sites, do all the engineering, understand what will be the cost of investing on site A versus site B. And at the end, that will inform even whether they will buy the site or not. So engineering really comes in at the beginning.
Awesome. And then last one to you, Elizabeth. Just in terms of modern technology, sorry, Barbara. Modern technology, prefab, and modern methods of building. How do you see that growing and rolling out in secondary cities like this? Is it something that can be easily accepted? For example, prefab as opposed to bricks and mortar? Is it something that will pick up with time, or where do you think the future of modern building is going?
I think we have not yet gotten there. We are a bit slow in adoption of building, of using different technologies. The common one is either concrete and steel, concrete and cement, or steel and concrete. That is what has been used. We've not really gone out to adventure into the different typologies. However, we are, I think with fabrication systems, you're moving more into the steel construction, which is faster and more effective, rather than going back to the cement and concrete.
Thank you very much. And now to you, Simon. If I came to you with a project that is 100% prefab built, what would be your appetite for that? And would I be disadvantaged if I was using prefab as opposed to bricks and mortar? I think your mic is not.
Not at all. In the very context, we will be able to finance that project and advance it to the next level.
Thank you. Because that's the way we're moving. If we're going to address the acute shortage of housing, then we might need to rely on modern methods of technology to get to the scale and bring down the cost as much as we possibly can. So I think I would like to open up, I've done record time, I'd like to open it up to delegates, if you have any questions for the panel. Nope, looks like everyone is taking a nap. Right, I would like to thank you very much, my panelists. I think that was a very insightful and engaging panel session. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your attention. Oh, there's a question. Yes, architects.
Is there any mic nearby?
It's coming. It's being.
Thank you. Somebody said that shouldn't make much noise about the interest rate, but it still tickles my mind to wonder why we have very high mortgage rates in this country, and what could be done to lower those rates. Is there something we're missing as a country in the way we do business? And then the second thing would be, I think our attitude to prefab has to change, because we've seen prefab buildings that have stood for over 50 years with very little maintenance. Why are we hesitant to get into it? Maybe the banks could also look at financing investors who get into that space and find out what is hindering their progress. Because I had a client who had started that venture, but he told me he had to abandon it because he wasn't getting clients. I don't know whether it was a bad business plan or not, but I think we need that help if we need to sort out, they always say it's about 2.4 million housing units short for the country, and it keeps growing. Shall we keep on having that number just for statistics' sake? Thank you.
So as banks, we are also demand driven, but also we take note that we have a regulator that checks what we do. As we get more clarity with research that comes out, like the one that Knight Frank has been able to today share here, I think those discussions we can take back and be able to solutions much better and even much more cost-effective interest rates. So these discussions, we are open to listening to them. It's not a cast in stone. Feel free to always share your views, and we'll be able to discuss and see where we can always find the middle ground. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Judy. Panelists, my question stems from the submission of Madam Barbara. You did a very good submission about building a team. Taking a project across is really, many projects die on the concept stage. Some of them go and they are included half-heartedly. Few do it with flying colors. Now, when we talk of building a team, which helps us to take the project across, B-type cities are at a disadvantage. We don't have representation of good architect houses. We don't have, those project planners. And then our markets are not regulated. The same architect can ask 5 million, someone can ask 50 million, someone can ask even more, based on the project. So that is one service. Then it goes to environment impact assessment, then it goes to, a lot of procedures. So when people bypass that team building, it is not because they want to, but it is sometimes because there is a lack of those services, especially in B-type cities. I know it is not an easy question to answer, but I would like Madam Judy and Madam Barbara to respond. Thank you.
Would you like to go first? Okay. So we have a young population as a country, and where the need is required, we will send people there. I'll speak from experience. We don't look at secondary cities like, oh, this is not a place to focus on. Interestingly, some of our biggest projects are actually out of Kampala. So as a construction professional, you know that you have to work outside your home. And so people have to move to where the projects are actually happening and be based there on the ground to support you. So that is something we are flexible to provide that, and I'm sure there are others who would do that. So that being located in a secondary city should not be a disadvantage. I myself have worked up country for many years because that's where actually the work is happening, not in the cities. So the professionals will move to where the work needs to be done. That shouldn't be a hindrance for bad quality or less quality work. We also have the digital age. We're in the digital age. We can send information, so that shouldn't be a hindrance that a project is located. Even more reason that a project should be done better. And from experience, if you look at some of the hindrances, like planning approval, you get it faster in the secondary cities. You know why? There's less bureaucracy. There's more willingness to support a project because there are not many. So the project should be implemented up country. I would like to thank the building committees that we've worked with. They are more supportive than somewhere. I don't want to see.
Thank you very much, Barbara. But I think we need to take it a step further also and try and build local capacity or local context within Gulu City itself. Given what will be coming, given the future of Gulu as a secondary city, we've got 2 universities here. So I think we need to start absorbing some of those students. Commissioner Nino talked about Tibet. There's a lot of funding that has been committed towards Tibet, vocational training. But I think we need to start absorbing them within our organizations, apprenticeship programs, internship programs, so that by the time they graduate, we're building capacity, and you have to rely less from people that are coming from Kampala, so to speak, because I believe the universities here are very, very good, and the people who are coming to work in Kampala, or who you have to get from Kampala, some of them are actually from Gulu.
Yep.
So I think it's very possible to build a strong local, not local as such, but teams from this area. Yeah.
There's one more here.
Thank you. My name is Judah Gig, His Royal Highness. I'm both a lawyer and a royal chief. I'm speaking, I now have been in more as a lawyer 22 years, but last year was coronated as a royal chief because it's in the lineage. Now I've got into a space, thank you. I've got into the space of the royal chiefs. And I was looking at a conversation like this. These are people who have land, customary land. They have subjects. But this conversation takes place in the city. I was talking to my friend Francis. Is there a way we can have a conversation that we have about 57 and the 58 as the nearest one? That conversation, to have them not feeling detached. I don't have registered land, I have my customary land. To get into that space, is it possible? And to have the banks also have a conversation with these people who are players in this sector. That's one leg of my question. The other one is, that's now going back to the legal aspect. When a person has gone to the red, has done bad banking, and then later on gets back on their feet, how does a bank treat them? At what point do you say that this is now having bankable? Is this a trusted person to deal with? What will they say? Do you have to do this period of time before we trust you? Or is it what are the parameters for, okay, the person has been in the red at some point and flagged red because they had bad loans, and then they clean up and do this. At what point do they get ready again, except that this person can do business, not risky? Do you go back to that history because that history is flagged all over? Do you go back to that history? What is in the banker's mind? That's my question. What's in the banker's mind when they're dealing with such a person? And then I've also seen these aspects of banks say, I can buy off your loan from the other side. How is that? Does a bank wonder why you want to move away and they buy your loan from the other side and bring it this side? What is the thinking in that area? I want to just get into the banker's mind. Thank you.
All right. I got it clearly. It's something to do with debt buying or debt consolidation. Yeah, so depending on the need of the customer, so sometimes you find that we are placed in a situation where the client, if you look at the debt service ratio, is really so high. And the only way we can do is to do what we call debt consolidation. So that means that we buy off your other exposures, and we give you a loan that you are able to service, okay, under the current terms and conditions. For example, you will find a client who has multiple borrowed from different financial institutions. They are struggling, but they still need access. They can no longer borrow from those financial institutions because they are really above their debt service ratio. So what we do, where we come in, is to do what we call debt consolidation. We buy off, be able to solution one loan that you are able to service. I think that's a question that I got quite clear. Thank you.
Thank you very much, panelists. I think that marks the end of our panel. Thank you very much, everybody, for listening to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Judy, for leading the panel discussion. I would request that can we just rise up and stretch a bit, then we sit, please. Let's rise up, stretch a bit. Do not go out. Just stretch a bit. Just stretch a bit. And then we will be moving to our final panel of the day, and we will have closing remarks. Please take your seats. So we move to our final panel of the day, and then we'll have closing remarks. We'll look at next steps, and then the key takeaways, some of the investment directions that we need to take, and we'll link it to the conference that will happen in Barara. So without any further ado, you'll allow me to invite our moderator, Ladit Milton, from Uganda, but let's start for Milton. Final. So in football, you're the defender, and the final guy at the back.
Thank you, Mr. Laum. Once again, welcome to this great conference. My name is Muhula Milton George. I am the trade marketing manager for Uganda Bati. Do we all know Uganda Bati? Very powerful. That is a great company, Uganda Bati. I'm the trade marketing manager of Uganda Bati, in charge of Uganda, DRC, and Southern Sudan. Happy to be here today to actually moderate the next session and the final panel. Before I proceed, it has been over 60 years of building Uganda and the neighboring countries. That is Uganda Bati. We've been building Uganda and the neighboring countries for the last 60 years by providing high-quality building solutions, trusted building solutions. In the local language here, they say, or in Kampala, anyway, they say, roof once in a lifetime. You don't roof today, and then after 3 years, you're again removing the air machines, you are roofing again. Roof once in a lifetime. That is Uganda Bati. We are known for roof sheets, but again, you have discussions about sustainability, care for our environment, and all that. Uganda Bati is innovative, and for that, we have brands that you may not know. And one of them is called Ultraspan. Ultraspan is a building solution that replaces timber. So to save our environment, we have Ultraspan that we use, light gauge truss system. Very fantastic from Uganda Bati. We discussed about the industrial parks in the journey where we are heading to and the purpose of this conference. We discussed about industrial parks in Gulu and all that. Uganda Bati builds industrial structures. When you go to Namamve and see those industrial structures, they're just from here to Uganda Bati. So it is not all about the roof sheets category. Welcome to this session. A round of applause for me. Good. This session is about building great commercial centers in the secondary cities that we have all mentioned. And the theme for the panel is the role of retail, hospitality, and mixed-use development in urban growth. Now we are talking about the real contact, where people are enjoying those services, reaching the final consumer. Hospitality, we talked about tourism and all that. Hotels, all those opportunities that exist that are going to exist because of this conference here today. Mixed-use development, where we find all these in one commercial center. That is going to be the discussion. Allow me very quickly take you through the profiles of my panel. I'll start by introducing Mr. Marc Dutoit from Knight Frank. As he walks forward, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce him. He is a well-seasoned estate professional with over 25 years of experience in the retail and commercial property management across Africa. Marc currently serves as the head of retail at Knight Frank Uganda, where he leads the retail real estate strategy and advisory services, providing strategic insights within the property sector. You can see the research that happens, all that, the brain of Marc. We are bringing it to life. And throughout his career, Marc has held senior positions with the leading organizations, including Colliers International, where he served as manager, retail division in South Africa. He also managed iconic retail destinations such as Sundown City, Nelson Mandela Square, and Southern Square in Johannesburg. Marc, you're much welcome to this panel. We need some energy this afternoon. This is a tricky time, okay? We need to flow very well. Allow me again, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce to you Mr. Sunil Tada, a highly accomplished business leader and investor with over 30 years of experience in real estate development, project management, agriculture, industrial investment. Mr. Tada currently serves as managing director at Northern Palm Limited, a position he has held since October 2021, where he leads strategic investment and project development initiatives in Northern Uganda. He is also the chairman of Northern Uganda Hoteliers Association. That's why you're comfortable, you came, slept in very fantastic hotels. He's doing a very great job to see that you get the best services. Fantastic. Sunil, you're welcome, sir. With us on the panel, we're going to have Mr. Kato Emma, the regional sales supervisor from Roofing Limited. He's a very proud commercial leader from the Chartered Institute of Marketing. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me welcome that commercial leader to come and join us. He looks after Northern Uganda to ensure that the brands are well distributed and available, very powerful. One and final, confirm Ida Wadada you're in the house. Oh, very, very great. And the last panelist is Madame Ida Wadada. We're gonna clap for her as she comes in front. Ida Wadada, it is my pleasure to introduce her. A highly accomplished legal professional with over 15 years of experience in legal practice, corporate governance, corporate affairs management. Ms. Wadada currently serves as the Manager Legal and Corporate Affairs at the Uganda Tourism Board, a role she has held since 2018, where she provides strategic legal leadership and oversees corporate governance and compliance matters. So everything at the Uganda Tourism Board moves very well in order. Accountability, governance, powered by Ms. Ida Wadada. You're welcome to this very great. Good. Great. So this discussion is really powerful. Like I mentioned, this is where now we grab the real results of this entire discussion, where consumers are enjoying the services, where all the services are well aligned, where all these discussions are now converted into real structures and service delivery. Very fast, let me go straight to Mr. Marc Dutoit from Knight Frank. As an expert, Chief, as an expert, from a real estate and investment perspective, what defines a successful commercial center in a secondary city today? What defines that?
It's very easy. It's a very easy answer, but it's quite interesting that having listened to professionals in the technical property sphere, having listened to bankers today, having listened to research analysts, a lot of people have forgotten about the most important aspect of creating the success in a property development. And it is often the case within the local market. No property development can be successful without the off-taker. And often enough we don't focus. What happens is you have developers appointing architects to build for them one of these that I want. I'll use a very perfect analogy within the Ugandan market. If you look at, I think we all know Entebbe. I think we all know that there are two shopping centers in Entebbe. The one shopping center is fully let, and the other shopping center is fully empty. Both shopping centers, multi-million-dollar shopping centers. What I can say for the fully let one, it was developed with the insight of the end user. The end user dictated the development that they required to ensure their sustainability and to ensure their profitability and to ensure their longevity. We don't develop, we heard earlier on about emotional development. We develop what we want. But when we're developing, we must understand we are not developing our own home that we're going to reside in. We are developing for somebody else. And we need to take their input into account right up front. Too often, we spend a lot of time building square holes in which to fit round pegs in. Research becomes important up front with all your professional teams, but more importantly is the research of the end user, the pre-let, the off-sales, the end user, the end off-taker. And that's the focus we lose a lot of up front. We normally, as Knight Frank, we do property management, and we do leasing, and we do sales. And often enough, developers come up to us on practical completion, and they say, here's a project, please sell it for me, please let it for me, please manage it for me, please fix it for me. And often we have to say, fixing is easy. 100 kilograms of dynamite, we blow it up and start again. So successful developments are made where end users take up the space, the development that's created. And that is the most important sphere of the whole development. Now, you can build your ego, you can build the most beautiful development in the world, but if the end user they can't use it, it's not sustainable and it's not viable.
Thank you, Mark, on that. I think it's very clear. It's not about you, because you're here in this conference and you're like, yes, let me put up this. Research first. Research is very key for you to understand and profile the end user. Profile them and give them what they really need. Identify the needs of the end user and do what is going to give you result. Thank you very much, Mark, on that. Let me go to Mr. Sunil Tada, yes, in charge of hospitality and the director, Northern Palm Hotel. Hospitality is often seen as a signal of economic confidence. So what changes have you seen in Gulu over the years that point to commercial growth? Mr. Sunil, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Milton. Greetings to everyone. I want to thank Knight Frank and the sponsors. Without sponsors, it is not possible for bringing this good gathering here. In hospitality industry, we are the first point of contact. We are the people welcoming you. So welcome to Gulu. I hope I'm seeing very many faces. I think 70 to 80% of this gathering is from Gulu and around. But those who have traveled must have been staying in some of our member hotels. So it is my duty to welcome you to Gulu. Please feel free and enjoy. You are most welcome. One of the former speakers was saying the crime rate in Uganda has reduced by 10%. In Gulu, the crime rate has not even started. So feel free and enjoy the nightlife. Mr. Milton, going back to the question, of course, the hospitality sector, as I said, is the first point of contact. Whether you're traveling to a small city, big city, whether you're traveling abroad to another new destination, you go there, and when you go for traveling or leisure purposes or even for business purposes, when you see the hotel landscape, that is what gives you the first impression of the kind of city or the kind of people you're going to meet in that city. And this business is mostly driven by demand and supply. You can't force it. We can't set up a 5-star hotel in Gulu today, but you never know, after 5 years we might. So today what we have, what facilities we have, are coming up based on the demand we have, existing demand. It has to make economical sense for all the promoters. I think that will be the first. You see, when it's small, we recently made a lot of districts, new districts popped up. Otwe, Anaka. When you say over the period what kind of growth you have seen, you should see Anaka town, if some of these people who are here. Anaka was a small settlement of 500 meters on the roadside, just 500 meters the town was finishing. Now it stretches for about 5 kilometers. This is the progress of the last 7 years. When you travel from Gulu to Kampala, almost like 10 years ago, the roads stopped at around Kafu. After Kafu, we were having marams and potholes and all those things. And similarly, that is the kind of facilities we were having in Gulu. This place, Acholi, where we are seated currently, this big hall you are seeing is a new development. Before, Acholi was a small hotel. So with time, the demand drives and the market follows, and entrepreneurs follow, and it automatically happens. So of course, hotels are you can say, the face of the city, or the face of the development. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sunil, on that. So it's very clear and well defined that we're moving forward. From Kochigoma, which was a bush, you never mentioned Kochigoma. It is now a very big town as well. Yeah? Another Kochigoma, which was untarmacked, now tarmacked. So it is very visible that we are moving forward. And now, from this conference, next is action. To see that we move this into real practical infrastructure that is going to move us to the next level. Yes, let me move to Madam Aida Wodada from the Uganda Tourism Board. From your expertise, Madam Aida, how can tourism contribute to building commercially vibrant secondary cities like Gulu City?
Thank you, Milton. And thank you to Knight Frank for making tourism a part of this very important discussion. So how does tourism contribute to building of commercial cities such as Gulu City? Tourism is not just leisure like most people think. Tourism is an economic multiplier, and that is why it's one of the anchors of our tenfold growth. Tourism creates demand, not just for rooms in terms of accommodation and hotels. Like my colleague just said, in about 5 years, I dare say it will be less. Gulu will have a 5-star facility because the demand now calls for it. Tourism creates demand for food, for events, for hosting places such as stadiums or cinemas. Because you have tourism coming to a place, you will find that the people themselves become innovative they start to create activities and experiences that tourists can enjoy. So unlike many other sectors where something has to be developed, or it has to be at a certain level to attract tourism, you'll find that tourism will go to the remotest of places. And then from there, it will drive demand that will eventually lead to the growth of a city. So that is how tourism will contribute to growth.
Very powerful. Thank you, Madam Ida. Let's quickly hear from Emma from Roofings. Emma, from a construction and infrastructure perspective, what must the developers prioritize when building commercial centers in a secondary cities? Take us through.
Asante Bwana Milton. You heard my name is Emmanuel Kato, Regional Sales Supervisor, Northern Region. But before I start, I have a complaint. The organizers, how does the Uganda but moderate the session where Roofing Limited is on the panel? I am anticipating some biased questions. But anyway, that was a joke. Here in Acholi, we have spent like 5 years here in the field. We say, Tenure. You've come to invest in Hulu and you don't know the language. Okay, I was just greeting you. How are you? I greet you. I bring greetings from Roofings Group. They send sincere appreciations to the organizers, Knight Frank, and the relative partners. Kindly accept their regards. Going straight to the question, as Roofings Group, most of you know it has prioritized what they call quality. If you move around hardwares, our colleagues, or let me say, our brothers from a different continent who have come here and we've hosted them here in our area, when we reach their shop, okay, as the customer comes in, me I sit to see what's going on, looking for orders as a salesperson. But as you sit in a shop and the customer comes, they will give a list of items, like 3 items, let's say an iron sheet, that was said, such and such this price, such and such this price, and all of a sudden the customer goes with the list price. Are we together? The customer goes with the, and at the end, when you ask the customer, the owner of the shop, he will say, how will I give you an order? When the customers who came in took the one with the list price. So, but as Roofings, we have set principles, or let me say guidelines, on our products. One is quality management. And that one I stand to be objected if anyone has a doubt on our products. 2, it's about structural integrity. From the top management till our last consumer, we have set standards that in case a customer comes or any hardware dealer comes along to complain, his complaint is resolved. In the process, we are trying to prioritize, or we are trying to bring development in Gulu as a secondary city. 3, as I conclude on this question, is structural design. And this we have done it by supplying quality items. So as to enable, like, if it is a road, if it is a bridge, we offer materials that are standards to avoid after-work thoughts. I wish I had bought from Roofings. You compromised your test. Thank you.
Powerful. Thank you, Emma, for that. Emma ably mentioned that quality is very key, and that when you go to hardware, you find a high-priced brand. Do not go for the cheapest because it has compromised quality. So you encourage actually to pay attention to that. Price speaks. It speaks to quality. That is really very powerful. Thank you very much, Emma. I'd like to move back to Mark. Is Gulu commercial investment ready? And what indicators do investors usually look for before committing capital outside major cities like Kampala?
Is Gulu investment ready? It's past investment ready. But nobody's seen the opportunity. understand what makes a city. Let's just backtrack a little bit quickly. Cities start at a major intersection where people are trafficking. There's an opportunity, there are people. What happens? Traders, farmers, etc., who have product to sell, move into that node, and it becomes an informal market. Through process and evolution of the city, people then build dukas. Those dukas then transition when a bright spark starts buying up 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 dukas, taking all of that product and turning it into a department store. The city then starts evolving, and somebody clever comes and turns that department store into a mini little shopping center. Down the line, as densification comes, people get clever and they move that shopping center into suburbia. And from suburbia, they move it out into arterial roads, that where they can have a bigger primary target market and catchment area. Retail is the end of every production line, of everything we know. It's the end face to the consumer. Now that evolution happens over 100 years, 150 years. It gets fast-tracked in secondary cities because we learn from the previous city. It gets in emerging markets, we have learned from first world markets, and we've sped up that evolution. If you've seen Kampala, it's happened in 20 or 30 or 40 years. A place like Johannesburg in South Africa, it took 120 years to happen. So the secondary cities have an opportunity to learn from previous cities. But let's work it back to Gulu. You have a main strip in Gulu. You have 4 or 5 arterial roads that lead off it. You have a huge penetration of retail. Fair enough, the majority of that retail sits in an informal type of more likely dukkha sort of setting. But the spread has happened into the 2nd and 3rd and 4th streets off that arterial route. These are formalized businesses that have formalized product that is sitting in an informal setting. Is it sustainable? Sure, it is sustainable. They have product. If you go to Kampala and you start walking into the 3rd or 4th streets after the main arterial route, you will not find stores as well stocked as you do in Gulu. And they are only stocked because they are trading, because they have business. Has somebody come and bought up those 4 or 5 dukkas and created the departmental store? No. Has somebody turned the departmental store into a shopping center yet? No. Has somebody developed a proper shopping center with parking, etc.? No. Are there end users to fill it? Yes. Is there transient trade of consumers to be able to spend the money to sustain it? It's already here. So Gulu itself, from a retail perspective, is past investable. We need to wake up and move quickly. First mover advantage is what's going to make the money.
Powerful. Thank you, Mark. It's very clear now that secondary cities like Gulu are becoming more attractive than saturated cities like Kampala for investors. It's why we are here. Would like to make use of that opportunity and go next level. Thank you, Mark. To Sunil Tada. Yeah, from your experience in Gulu City and hospitality sector, what drives hospitality growth in secondary cities like Gulu? What are those drivers? Mr. Sunil Tada.
Thank you. Not secondary cities like Gulu. Gulu is the best secondary city in Uganda. Others are still developing. We are way ahead of other secondary cities in Uganda. Business generally is being driven by the tourists who come from outside, traders who come from outside. In case of Gulu, we are especially thankful because government is pushing it as an administrative hub. And Gulu has very powerful offices which are not there in other secondary cities of Uganda. You can get your passport processed faster in Gulu than Kampala. Last week I got my driving permit, which expired. I got it renewed within a day, within 2 hours. So Gulu, because of the distance from Kampala and because of the government push of creating the administration offices here, has become a regional hub for almost 10 to 12 districts surrounding Gulu. You can name them, Manaka, Mulua, Jumani. So there is a whole ecosystem. Because of the good roads, people come here, do their shopping, they go away. It is driving the local economy. You are seeing a flourishing market, the CBD area. Although CBD is getting congested, and the city authorities should implement a plan to set up warehousing facilities around Gulu or designate the better market options. But on the hotel sector, I would say, in the past 3 years, Gulu has added a capacity of 1,000 rooms in terms of hotels. In 2022, Gulu was trying to compete for hosting the Taka conference, convention. It was a East African market thing. We did counting of hotel rooms, we registered hotels, guest houses, and we found out that there are 2,200 rooms capacity in Gulu. That was 2022. Currently, as I talk, Gulu has about 3,100 rooms carrying capacity, and we have hotels which are under construction in Gulu and in suburbs, which are going to add another 500 rooms by the end of this year. So we are reaching 3,500 plus. Gulu has conference facilities, convention centers. NGOs are finding Gulu comfortable because most of these, as some of the speakers talked before me, we have a big population of refugees around Gulu. So most of the NGOs have made Gulu their base and it has become their service center. So that has also driven the growth of Gulu hospitality sector. So those are some of the things. Business, government push, NGO push, these are the things. And because the location of Gulu as you said, the transitional hotspot, you go to South Sudan, you go to Congo, access to Kenya is straight from here, you take the Lira Soroti Road. So it is very accessible, it is in the center, it is on the crossroads of northern Uganda. That is our growing points. Thank you.
Powerful. Thank you, Mr. Sunil. I think, Judy, you can see clearly that we cannot sit in a room here, us alone, and then define our journey and run it quietly and get there. We need involvement of very many parties. You get mentioned the moving of some offices by government to Gulu City, authorities, and all that. So as we move this journey, I think we need to go in high momentum in terms of collaboration with other ministries in the government. So like today, I don't know whether we have a representative from Uganda Investment Authority. Very powerful. So Judy is already doing that. Can we clap for her? Very powerful. So we are moving well on this journey so that we reach the desired destination. Let me go straight to Madam Aida Wadada. So, you realize that speakers have been mentioning as people are moving from Kampala, they are heading to Sudan, they pass by Gulu. When they are going to Nimule, when their interest is in Nimule, they come back and sleep in Gulu or something like that. So we are saying, how do we position secondary cities from being transit towns to destination cities? Over to you, Madam Wadada.
That's a very good question. Being a destination as opposed to a transit city means that you are the primary choice for travel. That someone wakes up one day and determines that they are going to go to Gulu. Not because they are going through Gulu, not because they are going to go past Gulu, not because the commercial, the trade hub is in Gulu, so I have to come and meet someone here, but because they want to go to Gulu. So how do we position Gulu as a destination? The first thing is that you need to have an identity, a destination identity. What is it as a destination that Gulu stands for? What is it that you are promising a visitor to Gulu? What's that thing they are going to find that is different from what they'll find in Kampala, in Jinja, in Barara? What does Gulu stand for? I can give an example of some other secondary cities. Jinja right now is positioning itself as the adventure capital of East Africa because of the bungee jumping and the whitewater rafting, we call it adventure. You have some places calling themselves the Switzerland of Africa. So what is it? Though I don't like that one because we don't want to compare ourselves to something else when we are promising. So what is it that Gulu is promising its visitors? So that they can come and be here because they can only find it in Gulu. One of the questions I have in mind, I've had for a while, I've been seeing the elephant. And many things to do with Gulu or Acholi culture, you see the elephant. But it hasn't been translated to people outside of the culture. What does it mean? So what is that thing that you're promising? And this is something that we no longer want to impose on people. You don't want the Uganda Tourism Board or someone who considers themselves a tourism expert to come and tell the people of Gulu what it is that they are or they mean or what it is that they say. It has to come from the community. The people need to determine what is it that they want to be identified as, what is it that they want their place to be known as to visitors. It has to be owned, it has to be of value to the community itself. So this is a challenge to Gulu. You need to identify your brand identity and communicate it. The second thing is product development. There are so many things that this place is known for, but what then? So for example, we know that there's very, very rich culture here in terms of food, of language, of dance, but we know it, but then what do we do about it? How does that translate into what in tourism we call stay and spend? At the tourism board right now, our strategy is that when someone goes to a destination, we want them to spend at least 8 to 10 days in that destination. So they can fully experience it and so they can spend and leave their money. We don't want someone to come and just buy lunch and then move on. Because someone is on their way to Kidepo, they stop somewhere at a restaurant, they eat authentic, Acholi food, and they move on. That's not enough. So how do we package that culture to make people stay? Do the hotels, as my brother had been saying, we have so many hotels. What do they tell the people when they come? Is there something planned in the evening? Is there a cultural immersion? We have a lot of elders that have such wisdom. Can they come and tell some of these stories to people? How do we have a cultural maybe event that every Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday I can go and watch Acholi dance and they explain to me that this is the dance for this and this means this, and someone can translate it in a way that can be packaged that someone can go and pay and stay. Do we have cultural immersion museums where I can go in the morning and leave in the evening, and by the time I'm gone, I've been dressed in the way that people used to dress back in the day. They have taken me through how food used to be cultivated, how it is cooked, how it is served, how you greet, how marriage ceremonies happen. So it's not enough to have these rich intangible assets. We have to find a way to package them and then sell them so people can come, spend their time, and spend their money. And that's what will make this a destination.
Great, thank you, Ella. Yeah. It's now very clear that it's about a unique proposition. That unique proposition, the reason for one to really come and say, GCT is my destination. Unique proposition. Did you see the elephant at the roundabout the other side? Gulu City is telling you that if you can't see the live one walking, come to Gulu, you see a static one. It is just it's a unique proposition. Just joking on that. Let me go to Emma from Roofings. Emma, are developers today building for sustainability and longevity, or simply for quick returns? Remember we mentioned earlier, in the earlier discussion that we talked about mortgages and all that. Just imagine somebody is still paying for mortgage and then the roof sheets are rusted to get that. So we need to dig deeper from Emma side. What do you see? What do you see happening out there, being in that sector?
Well, that question is not a yes, it's not a no answer, but in this context, some developers are yearning for longevity and sustainability, whereas some are just for quick returns. Like I said earlier in the first question, when you enter into a shop and the customer, almost 80% of the customers are taking cheaper items on top of the quality ones because they are not expensive, it is prime a product. Those who know business, those who know quality items, there is nothing like expensive. It is something being premium. Are we together? So, in this context, we have, okay, roof is among the developers that are spearheading for longevity and sustainability. If a company is manufacturing quality products, let's say for iron bars, we are seeing issues of bridges being reconstructed here in Uganda. Yet when we move, those who move abroad, you see, let's say like United Kingdom, there are bridges that were built even before World War. Not even World War. There are bridges that were constructed by their ancestors. They are still standing, they are still using them. But for us here after independence, the bridges we got, we are still reconstructing. You're getting what we are saying. So as developers for Guru or for secondary cities, we have to have a vision. We don't have to just be there for, I call it a quality and a survival mode. You understand? If you can compromise to sell an item cheaper because a customer has liked it, it's not because it's a customer's choice. You're getting? I usually tell these people, these customers in hardware, as I said, we trust you. It's not we who sell. It's you. Like the company sells me, I also come to you. So we trust you. So if you can compromise, if you can also say, oh, the natives want cheaper items, the natives want cheaper items, what are you promoting? That is the question we need to ask ourselves, we people. Are we looking for longevity, for sustainability, or we are just there for survival? You understand that? Has the day ended well? It has ended well, but what about this personal structure that is going to go down within years? What if it falls on a person and someone is injured? God forbid. You understand? So, in other words, developers, it is, I call it a key point. It is not something to overlook. It is something that we have to consider. When you're planning ahead, we shouldn't be planning for just generations. We should be planning for centuries, millenniums. You're getting it. That's why roofing has emphasized and has for fully supplied quality items. I know here if we get a chance to question and answers, I don't think we shall have questions of poor quality. We may have other questions, but it wouldn't be that. So, as I conclude this question, I urge all people, the natives of Guru, especially because these hardwares are ones that give us information. That you people, you need cheap items. I don't know at what cost you're looking at. I don't know what plans you have. If they are for you alone, okay. But if you have plans for your children and the generations after and the betterment of this city, then you're doing it wrongly. So let us, as investors, as natives, as any other person who is wishing this city or this country at large to be better or to go further and reduce this. I mentioned of something after-salt treatments. This thing of saying, we wish we invested such and such. We wish we used such and such items. Let us all work together in transparency and for the betterment of the future and better cities. If you want to look at secondary cities being also, because we may have regional cities, you understand. So if we are looking at regional cities, but you're still compromising on what items to use, if you just want to annex on your hotel, like my brother here, or you do a branch in Kitugum, but you say, I already have a big branch in Guru. Let me just do a small shop. I want iron sheets which are not expensive. Just want cheap iron sheets. Want cheap iron bars, cheap bearers. But in the end, are you building for a better city? No. So I urge you all let us work together. We fight the vice of survival mode in looking for better future structures. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma. So yeah, Emma is as clear and emphasized that it's not about today. For quick wins, he has mentioned not only generations but centuries and centuries. You remember the outspan I mentioned against the timber, where you go cutting the timber and not paying attention to the environment because you are thinking about what? About today. You get that? So it is centuries and centuries. Live with the timber. Use what? Ultraspan. You've seen what you say. It's not about today, but it is for generations. A round of applause for Emma. Mark mentioned the fact that Gulu City is really moving faster. And I think you would like to throw more light about the fact that secondary cities are becoming more attractive than the saturated cities for investors. Just throw more light on that.
So the reality is, if you look at the primary cities, let's take Kampala. To a certain extent, Kampala is saturated in the primary areas. It's densified, and your land cost to be able to redevelop what's there is very high, which then impacts on your return on investment. If you look at the secondary cities are a blank canvas at the moment. There is so much opportunity. There is a lot of need. I mean, we know in Gulu we've got a housing deficit. We've heard it all morning. There is opportunity to come in to develop both student housing. There's the ability to develop residential. You've heard the agri complaining about the fact that they don't have storage, they don't have cold storage, etc. You've heard retail talk about, look at the retail, it needs to be housed in a proper environment. And you've heard hospitality has a shortage of rooms. So the reality is, it is a blank canvas. The opportunities exist there. The return on investment, whilst the cost from a land perspective might be a lot lower than a city like Kampala, the rental levels might be lower than the city of Kampala. But it all equals out at the end of the day, and the return of investment is there. It just takes somebody to spark the idea, and it takes the right team to de-risk. A lot of the development in secondary cities is stifled by the fact that you get developers that see things in primary cities and say, I want one of those. They don't do their research, they don't do their homework, they don't get the end user involved. They develop and they get into trouble, which you heard the gentleman ask earlier on. The question is, how do people rehabilitate themselves to the bankers? Because a lot of what happens in secondary cities is people burn their fingers by developing without the right expertise, and they struggle for years to pay it off. And then they have a bad name. And other developers shy away because they say it doesn't work. It does work. It just needs to be done properly.
So we all received the report, okay, from Nightfall. We all received the report. So it is very clear that the opportunities are visible and spot on. Let's go next level. As we wind up, Mr. Sunil, you've been around Gulu City some good time. And at this level, and look at the journey where we are heading to, the vision we have. What are the biggest gaps still limiting hospitality and conference tourism growth in Gulu City? Point out that and guide us so that we move on the right track. Over to you, Mr. Sunil.
Thank you, Victor. Before that, I have a small question. Can we use the roofing sheet on versatile underpinnings?
Beg your pardon?
Can we use roofing sheet on versatile structure?
Is mentioning a brand name versatile.
You were pulling leg of my neighbor, so I had to.
It's called justice.
Guys, I was heading out to Kampala, but when I got the invitation and I saw cocktail was there, I cancelled all my plans. Very soon we are going for cocktail, but let me first answer this question. Gaps, when you keep talking about gaps are many, you can keep imagining a lot of gaps here and there, but what we are able to do, what we are able to achieve is more important. Gaps, sometimes gap is, as Madam here said from UTB, is that this is not the ultimate destination. Why? Because either people from Kampala will go to Machinson National Park, they will either go to Kidepo. When they go to Machinson, either they will enter from Masindi, they have a lot of hotels in Masindi, they will grab them there, or else they will enter from Paragate. Pakwach has almost 15-20 hotels ready to welcome them, and they are growing by the day. Kidepo, 250 kilometers from Gulu. So Gulu becomes a stop only when someone is so tired. What brings people to Gulu? People like Knight Frank bring people to Gulu. Thank you. Thank you for giving us business. I can see my brother, Senior Councillor Dimara, is also very happy. And I think his hotel is also full today. So many hoteliers are here. We thank you for bringing all the stakeholders here. We have hoteliers, we have property owners, we have bankers who are ready to finance us, we have construction agencies. My brother who was sitting there and some of the other gentlemen. Then, of course, we have the suppliers, our moderator, roofing. So this hall has everything you need. So when we talk of gap, there should not be any gap remaining. I was so happy when I came to this conference, all my issues were sorted at once. I was sitting next to a lady from Housing Finance Bank. We started talking. I said, there is no conference hall in Gulu which can have 1,000 people. She was surprised. Why? What is the problem? I said, money. She said, no problem. So this event is all about networking. I was hoping for $1 billion shilling, and I was about to make my proposal. Then another brother came here from NCBA. He said, unsecured loan, 10 billion, 20 billion. Hey, my brother. Even my neighbor's problems are solved. So you see, if you go from this conference empty-handed, it is no one's problem but yours. We are here to fill our gaps. I wrote some few gaps in my diary, but there is no point in reading them out. One thing, very important thing Madam pointed out, Gulu is not the ultimate destination. That is one of our gaps. We get business, but it is seasonal. Hospitality sector, hotel industry is a capital intensive business. I put $1 billion shilling buying a plot, whether it is even in Gulu, the best B-type city in Uganda. But still, the plot here, the prices you have seen in the report of Knight Frank. In senior quarter, a plot can reach $1 billion shillings. Construction cost, ABCD, 2 billion shillings. Then comes, as soon as you construct, you recruit. It is not that the hotel will start making business from day one. You need to create a brand image, you need to advertise, websites, recruitments, staff of 20 people. Payee will come first, NSSF will come second, City Council will come. Hotel industry is not an easy industry. Then there is a lack of skilled labor in our region. We don't have any serious technical hospitality school here. We get people from Jinja, some people from Kampala. Now these young girls and boys, very talented ones, they don't want to come to Gulu. They love Kampala so much. That is again challenge. So gaps, if I talk of gaps will be many as we keep talking. But as a businessman, you need to find your unique selling proposition and you need to fill those gaps. What is your strength? Why do you want to start a hotel? Why not serviced apartment? Why not rental apartments? They don't need a lot of management. Hotel needs a lot of management. environment impact assessment, fire extinguishers, insurance for hotel, insurance for also the guest, medical examination of the staff, a lot of things, a lot of But if you have that drive, if you have that zeal, and that welcoming nature and interpersonal skills, certainly go into that business. It is a very rewarding business. Bankers are here. Of course, they will finance you based on your merits, but as some of them have informed, this is a decentralized system. They will approve your application from Gulu, no need to go to Kampala. Unsecured loan, I'm still stuck on that one. So, let us see if all the stakeholders really come into the play, and if Knight Frank as an agency plays an important role. I want them to come in and establish a full-time office here in Gulu. They should also become a professional certified valuer. Valuation is a big problem. Banks sometimes do not trust the valuation done by some of the agencies. So Knight Frank, being Knight Frank, can come in that role. Setting up a business or buying properties, as discussed by some earlier panelists, commissions, unregulated markets, very many different players looking to take advantage of the seller and the buyer, makes the deal very expensive. Knight Frank can come in their principal risk. By the way, I am a customer of Knight Frank. I have a farm in Masaka, and currently Knight Frank is helping me to sell it off. In the words of Trump, beautiful farm, beautiful. Just take it, go for it, don't leave it. So, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We need to create Gulu something as a unique selling point which drives people to Gulu. It is very far. We need to justify why someone drives from Kampala to Gulu on a long weekend, spending a fuel of 500,000 shillings, spending hotel rooms. Why? We have to create something. You know, Disneyland, the first one was created in Orlando on 25,000 acres of land. It was a swamp land, useless land. You will do research about it. So that swamp was worked on by those bright people, brilliant people. They worked hard, invested money. Currently, it is a destination which attracts 50,000 customers per day. Now here, of course, we need to dream big, but based on the ground realities, we can certainly have something close to Gulu, like a golfing destination, like a water park, like something. But as I said, hospitality sector, entertainment sector is investment heavy. I would rather, when season of maize comes, I buy a maize of 1 billion shillings, I keep it for 2 months, I sell it at 1.1 billion, 1.2 billion. Fast money, liquidity in my hand. In hotel, your investment will remain there, and if you are not serious, banks which are talking nicely will even take it back from you. So it is but of course, government can come in. I request UTB, Ministry of Tourism, and the government to give some incentive to this region, like what they did for Chogam in Kampala, to create some beautiful facilities, and we are, as hoteliers, are ready and waiting for their offer. Thank you so much.
It's very clear, Judy, that you need to continue leading. Yeah, continue leading, don't stop at this conference and say I'm done with the group. So they want the office here, continue collaborating, bring other bodies on board so that we can see results. You all watched when Mr. Snell is receiving a call informing him that the cocktail is what? Is ready, okay? So let's wind up. Quickly, Madam Ida, you were tackling that element of heritage, culture, and local experiences. Would you like to add more light on the process?
Well, Gulu has a lot of intangible assets. You know, that thing we cannot touch, the thing that is so, it's part of the people. The culture is so rich. It's still quite authentic compared to other parts of Uganda, where there's been a lot of they have a lot of authentic culture. So the potential is there. The question is, how do you package it? How do you make it commercially viable? while at the same time protecting the heritage. So that is what we need to work on, and Uganda Tourism Board is happy and willing to work with the cultural institutions, with the city, to see how to develop this, to make it that someone can come and experience it, spend more time here while experiencing it, and leave more money in the community.
Powerful. We're going to have one last word from each panelist here as we close. Over to you, Mark, the final one, the listeners. Make Gulu happen. It's in your hands. Over to you, Emma Kakao. One final word to the attendees.
Thank you all for your time. We appreciate. Thank you, Knight Frank, for planning such. My last remarks are: do not compromise yourself, your projects, your plans for something small and short. Invest quality for better futures. Thank you.
Over to Sunil, your final words to the attendees.
I would like to appeal to all people present here, especially the property owners: beautify your property, spend more time in landscaping, and I want to appeal to the city authorities. I'm seeing among ourselves Mr. Acholi, the city landscape officer. Can you rise up, sir? Mr. Acholi? Thank you, sir. This is the beauty. When you say Gulu is beautiful, having nice street lights, nice landscaping, his team is responsible, together with the city planner and the engineer. I want them to continue on that path. Let us incentivize beautification of the city. If you have a plot, in front of your plot, let no one dump garbage, plant some trees. If you need plants, please come to Northern Pearl. We will hand out to you free of cost, as long as you plant them. I also want to request UTB and Ministry of Tourism to incentivize the hotels which are putting efforts into beautification. When my neighbor's plot looks beautiful, or he develops a nice building, I don't need to be jealous with him. I need to be happy. My property prices have automatically gone up. So I want you to go with that message. Thank you.
This being a weekend, there's no reason to drive back to Kampala tonight or even early in the morning. It's a weekend. Let's stay in this beautiful city and explore and experience it. Thank you.
Before my panelists leave, I invite you to a very powerful group photo. Mark, come this side.
Now you know why Milton had to moderate the last session. This is Milton for you. Thank you very much, Milton, for moderating this session. Thank you to your panelists. We will have the media interviews done from the photo space down. That's where we'll have the media interviews immediately after we walk out of this room. For the rest of us, we have the exhibition room down, and after the exhibition room, we'll move to where it's being set up with a cocktail. We have some traditional dance groups that will be entertaining us this evening. Just a quick takeaway from the conference is that Gulu City is emerging as a strategic investment hub, and this is something we need to take seriously as stakeholders and development practitioners. But also secondary cities are central to Uganda's future growth. And I think this also came from what Joseph Gigo presented. But also infrastructural development is driving real estate demand in this region, and Gulu has significant untapped real estate opportunities that we all need to exploit. And then planning and intentional urban development are critical for the city's economic growth. We will share the final report for this conference once it is done. We have your email addresses, and be sure to receive a copy of this. We have come to the final end of today's conversation, we will get closing remarks from the Managing Director of Knight Frank, and that will usher us into the exhibition room and then to the cocktail. Let me invite Madame Judy to come and close this. Please just clap for her.
Thank you very much, Bernard. And in the next 2 minutes, I know I'm the one that's standing between you and a cold drink. So I will be very quick. Thank you very much once again, ladies and gentlemen, for responding to our invitation to be here today. We really appreciate it. We don't take it for granted, and we're very, very grateful. We're also very grateful to our sponsors. Once again, we're eternally grateful. It wouldn't have been possible without you, and once again, thank you. Thank you, NCBA, and all the other sponsors that are here. Our panelists, I'm aware that some of you had to change your schedules to be here today, and I really appreciate it. Some of you were traveling, but because of the trust that you had in the integrity of the conference and the seriousness of it, you changed your plans, so I'm very grateful. Mr. Enyimu, again, I can't thank you enough for being here today and giving us the wonderful insights that you did, and staying until the end of the conference. I know how busy you are. For most of you, I don't think you see Mr. Enyimu around very much. He's a very, very important man in this country with regards to economic policy. He's just very humble, but he is a critical guy in this country. So for us to have him for a whole day is really saying something. We're very, very grateful. I don't have to repeat anything else that has been said. Gulu is open for business. Gulu is ready to be scaled. It is a secondary city, but we need to build it. No one is going to build it for us. We're all responsible for building it. We have taken or driven the charge in getting everybody in this room to start the conversation, but it shouldn't end here. We intend to be here 2 years from now to see how far we've gone with the conversations that we've had here. Please make the most of the networks that are in this room at the cocktail. Let's speak, let's collaborate, let's exchange contacts, let's build this city. I also would like to request you to continue working with us and supporting us for the next cities that we're going to do. We intend to do all 10, and we'll culminate with Greater Kampala, God willing. So your support is highly valued and appreciated, and if you are interested in partnering with us, please let me know. We welcome sponsorship of any kind, and we'll be very happy to work with you. I would also like to inform you that the soft copy of the report has been uploaded onto your QR code. So just scan the QR code and you'll get the soft copy of the Gulu City report. Ladies and gentlemen, with those few words, I would like to wish you a very enjoyable cocktail, a safe journey home, and once again, thank you very, very much, and God bless you.
Finally, please, can I give a big round of applause to the moderator, and that's myself. Thank you very much. Please just feel free. We will have media interviews down, and then let's also visit the exhibition room, and then we will move to our cocktail. Thank you very much, and may you enjoy the hospitality of Gulu City. Tonight is a good night in Gulu City, I can assure you that. God bless you all.